Assalamualaikum, good morning, and Salam Malaysia Madani. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and esteemed participants, I'm honored and privileged to extend a warm welcome to each one of you as we convene for the International Virtual Go Green Conference 2023. In this virtual realm, we embark on a journey of intellectual exploration under this year's theme of Building a Sustainable Tomorrow, the role of digital transformation in leading the way. I am Dr. Irani Abdul Halim Chu, and I'm honored to facilitate this exceptional event as your moderator for today. In this age of digital connectivity, where screens serve as our portals to knowledge and understanding, we gather from across the globe to engage in profound discourse. We recognize that the pursuit of sustainability and the potential of digital transformation are universal themes that transcend geographical boundaries. Before we proceed with the fascinating keynote session by all of our respectable keynote speakers, let us have an insight and an introduction to what this conference is all about. International Virtual Go Green 2023 is a virtual conference that is proudly organized by the Department of Built Environment Studies and Technology, College of Built Environment, CBE, University Technologi Mara, Perak Branch, in collaboration with esteemed co-organizers including CIDB Malaysia, Universitas Pembangunan Jaya, and Institut Teknologi Nasional Yogyakarta. It is being held as part of the program of IPO International Summit on Professionalism, Research, and Education, Inspired 2023. And it is set to enlighten us over these 2 enriching days of the 21st and 22nd of September 2023. In an era marked by the technological advancement and growing environmental challenges, the pursuit of sustainability has become more critical than ever. The chosen theme for 2023's conference, Building a Sustainable Tomorrow, the Role of Digital Transformation in Leading the Way, embodies a powerful call to action and for brighter and more resilient future. At the heart of this transformative change lies digital transformation, a phenomenon that has revolutionized the way we live, we work, and interact. Digital technologies have transcended boundaries, offering opportunities to address sustainability challenges. From harnessing big data and artificial intelligence to creating smart cities and sustainable supply chain, digital transformation is at the forefront of driving progress. Therefore, this year's International Virtual Go Green Conference on Building a Sustainable Tomorrow, the Role of Digital Transformation in Leading the Way is an effort of collaboration, innovation, and knowledge sharing. In the coming days, we will explore how digital technologies can pave the way toward a more sustainable future. Our esteemed speakers will delve into various facets of this theme, shedding light on the pivotal role that digitalization plays in areas such as energy efficiency, environmental conservation, urban planning, and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, our session today would be incomplete without the opening remarks from the esteemed Rector of UiTM Perak Branch, Associate Professor Dr. Norhisham Ibrahim. Without any more delay, it is my distinct pleasure to invite Associate Professor Dr. Norhisham Ibrahim, our Honorable Rector of UiTM Perak Branch, who will now share his welcoming address.
For 60 years, University Technology Mara, or UITM, has been the place for acquiring knowledge and developing capabilities. From a training center to now a vast network of universities, UITM has campuses and faculties all over Malaysia. UITM allows for the pursuing of goals and earning a degree in any field of choice, with a mission to enhance the knowledge and expertise of Bumiputras in all fields of study, through professional programs, research work and community service, while upholding moral values and professional ethics. Nestled amidst the greenery and some of the most scenic areas in the country, each university campus is strategically located in places where their presence inevitably provides an economic boost to the local community. UITM pledges to provide maximum opportunities to pursue professionally recognized programs of study in science, technology, industry, business, arts and humanities. University Technology Mara offers quality education at all levels of study, from foundation to postgraduate. The university has always been at the forefront in science and technology, as well as in management. It is a place where talent, skills, and excellence are nurtured. UITM has a mission to empower the indigenous people through the provision of higher education in accordance with Article 153 of the Malaysian Federal Constitution and Act 173, University Technology Mara Act 1976. Duli Yang Maha Mulia, Sri Paduka Baginda Yang di-Pertuan Agong is the Chancellor of UITM by virtue of his status as the King, as provided for by the law. UITM has established 8 centers of excellence and 1 high COE to enhance the scholastic, creative and innovative capabilities of the university, as well as to facilitate and manage research and development. To complete the teaching and learning activities at UITM, the university has made available modern and contemporary facilities such as the UITM Stadium, the house of UITM FC. With a capacity of 6,000, the stadium is the heart of soccer and it has played host to an international match in 2009. UITM also has an Olympic-sized swimming pool for the use of students and staff. The pool is also open to public on certain days. Built in 1972, Perpustakaan Tun Abdul Razak, or the PITA Library, has grown by leaps and bounds, housing thousands of international titles for all programs of study. Students' participation in extracurricular activities is highly encouraged and supported by the university. These activities would not only equip students with soft skills, but also train them to be balanced and holistic individuals to meet global requirements. As the largest public university in Malaysia, University Teknologi Mara has produced thousands of alumni who are successful individuals in their disciplines. They are award winners, innovators, entrepreneurs, and leaders in both the government and private sectors. UITM honors its alumni by engaging them to establish smart partnerships resulting in strategic alliances. The alumni also gives back in areas such as academic improvements, charity work, and fundraising. University Teknologi Mara, Usaha Takwa Mulia.
Gentlemen, distinguished guests, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning and warmest Malaysia Madani greetings. On behalf of University Teknologi Mara Perak branch, it is my distinct pleasure to extend a warm welcome to all of you to the prestigious International Virtual Go Green i-VGG Conference 2023, the conference series a significant theme of building a sustainable tomorrow, the role of digital transformation in leading the way. Today, we gather here not only to explore the critical intersection of sustainability and digital transformation, but also to provide a platform for academicians and industry professionals to showcase their research and contribute to the global academic community. At University Technology Mara, we recognize the urgent need to address the pressing challenges of our time, including climate change, resource depletion, and social inequality. We firmly believe that digital transformation holds tremendous potential in shaping a sustainable future in line with the Sustainable Development Goal SDGs National Construction Policy 2030 and the Construction 4.0 Strategic Plan. This is why we have chosen this theme for our conference. However, our commitment to sustainability and digital transformation goes beyond academic discussion and theoretical debates. As an institution of higher learning, we strive to create an environment that nurtures innovation, encourages collaboration, and pushes the boundaries of knowledge. With this in mind, we have established key performance indicators, KPIs, that emphasize the importance of research publication and staff engagement. Today's conference not only provides a platform for sharing valuable insights and experiences, but also serve as an opportunity for academicians, industry practitioners, and participants to showcase their groundbreaking research. We are delighted to announce that all accepted conference papers will have the chances of being indexed for publication, ensuring that the knowledge generated and shared during this event reach a wider audience and makes a lasting impact in academia. In closing, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the co-organizers, Universiti Pembangunan Jaya, Indonesia, Institut Teknologi Nasional Yogyakarta, Indonesia, and the Construction Industry Development Board, CIDB, Malaysia. I would like also to thank the organizing committee for their tireless efforts and commitment in putting together this remarkable conference, i-VGG 2023. May the Almighty Allah bless their effort and contribution, and may this contribution benefits all. Thank you, and I wish you all a fruitful and successful conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's embark on this enlightening journey together. Without further ado, let us begin with the introduction to our first keynote speaker, Professor Dato Dr. Aldrin Abdullah. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and esteemed colleagues, it is an absolute honor to introduce our keynote speaker for today's event, Professor Dato Dr. Aldrin Abdullah. Professor Dato Dr. Aldrin Abdullah is a true luminary in the realm of built environment and urban development. With a career that spanned over 2 decades, Professor Aldrin is currently the Student Affairs and Alumni Vice Chancellor of University SAINS Malaysia, USM. A distinguished scholar, Professor Abdullah specializes in heritage, urban planning, and architecture. He earned his PhD from the prestigious University of Sheffield in 1999 and achieved the title of professor in 2015. His passion for research and commitment to academic excellence are exemplified by his extensive publication record, including hundreds of journal articles, books, conference proceedings, and various winning grants. He had won numerous grants in his career that specialized in crime prevention, safety, crime, and burglary in residential neighborhoods. He has been recognized as a keynote speaker at numerous conferences, seminars, and symposiums where he shares his wealth of knowledge and insight with audiences worldwide. Beyond his scholarly achievement, Professor Dato Dr. Aldrin Abdullah has played a pivotal role in shaping the academic landscape. He has mentored and supervised numerous postgraduate and undergraduate students, nurturing the next generation of scholars in his area of expertise. Furthermore, his expertise has been sought after globally as he has served as a thesis examiner for both PhD and master students, contributing to the academic rigor of institutions worldwide. Professor Abdullah's influence extends far beyond academia. He has actively engaged as an assessor and professional examiner for competitions, examinations, scholarship, and various publications. His dedication to excellence has earned him numerous local and international awards in design, publication, research, and creativity, as well as recognition for his outstanding service to University SAINS Malaysia. Today, we have the privilege of hearing from Professor Dato Dr. Aldrin Abdullah, a visionary leader and accomplished scholar and a true inspiration in the field of built environment. In his keynote speech today, he will be sharing with us about building a sustainable tomorrow, the roles of the universities. Before we proceed with the keynote speech, allow me to summarize a little bit on the topic that Professor Dato Dr. Aldrin will be sharing with us today. It is extremely difficult to anticipate future challenges facing the world tomorrow. The rapid advancement of AI technology and its vast potential application in the everyday human life will never become more and more prominent each day. Consequently, tasks that can easily be done through automation will result in job loss, while new job opportunities will arise from tasks involving creativity and innovation. These papers look at how universities play a role in addressing disruptive changes and the internal setups that are required to meet and adapt to future scenarios. The creation of a foresight unit to address future scenarios is a fundamental step towards this direction. What are the skill sets that are required to meet future needs? What skill set will become irrelevant in the future? These are the fundamental questions that universities should address. As information becomes more and more easily available at our fingertips, how do we address teaching and learning? How does this affect our pedagogy? Most universities are aware of these challenges, but whether they can act upon it is another matter. In order to ensure a sustainable future, it is also important that universities shift its focus from academic impact to finding a balance in creating society and industry impact. For instance, the whole approach of conducting research differs significantly when addressing society and industry needs is being put at the forefront. In order to build a sustainable tomorrow, universities need to address these challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to share and inform all of you that the esteemed participants today, the Professor Dato Dr. ALDRIN Abdullah is also the UiTM Perak Branch External Examiner for the program of Masters Green Architecture. Before we proceed with his keynote speech, let us be delighted with a montage video sharing our experience with him.
Let it. 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 Let it.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and a very good morning. I'm Professor ALDRIN ABDULLAH from University Science Malaysia. I'm the head strategist at the moment, and currently my work focuses on developing the universities in terms of its strategic plan, in terms of KPI, and we look forward to actually engage with all of you in the future. The title of our conference today is Building a Sustainable Tomorrow, the Role of Digital Transformation in Leading the Way. My focus is actually on looking at how that affects universities in general. As you know, this disruptive change is making a huge impact, and how we adapt to these changes is vital in order to ensure our sustainability. My presentation will be covering three main sections. The first section covers and gives you a glimpse of how universities have evolved over a period of 50 years. The second part of my presentation will give you and share with you the kind of challenges universities are facing in the future in terms of digital era. And the third and final component of my presentation actually covers and gives you suggestion as to how universities should move forward in anticipation of what is happening in the future. So now the next question is, are universities going to be relevant in the future? This is a very interesting topic, and this slide covers how Oxford University looks like just as a reference, right? The answer to that would be no. If, for example, if you see the function of universities is only simply to transfer knowledge. So what is the purpose of universities in terms of its existence? You need to understand the history and the function of universities, and one good source of information is actually to look at the Robbins report on higher education, somewhere around 1966. And in the report, it says that universities serve three main purposes. The first function is to create knowledge, the second function is to preserve knowledge, and the third function is to disseminate knowledge. Burton Clark from UCLA in 1980s actually studied how successful universities developed in the 1960s. So in Clark's study, most European universities that were successful in the 1960s in terms of how successful they were. How do you actually measure success? And the debate on the university league table, was it valid or not in terms of its relevance? Were they being relevant or they were not? Measuring the right things or not? What is a university for? How does the University League Table relate to Sir Robbins' creation of preservation and also dissemination of knowledge? Some universities such as Warwick and York have started actually moving towards a slightly different direction. Warwick Limited was challenged by academics in the 1980s, especially by the purists. They were considered to be too commercial, a university for business, too focused in making a university for profit, and also a university for industry. Doing applied research with industry, doing commission work with companies, and also income generation were the way that these universities were moving forward at that time. In modern times, knowledge is now easily available in the internet, and most of the time it is for free. Internet is also known as now the world's university. Professor George Holmes from the University of Bolton in his presentation has mentioned that wealth creation is now an important agenda. Knowledge is freely available in the modern times, and that time has changed since Sir Robbins' seminal work on the functions of universities. According to Professor George E. Holmes, time has changed and that the universities need to evolve. And in order to do this, there are three components that are important. The first thing is to be innovative. The second thing is to integrate with the public. And the third thing is to educate. Looking at the next slide, what do these people have in common? Steve Jobs, Bill Gates, Larry Ellison, and Shakespeare. One thing for sure is that none of them completed their education at the university. Let me share with you a quote that was once mentioned by a very influential person. There's no need to have a college degree at all. You don't need college and learn stuff. Everything is available basically for free. It is not a question of learning. This quote actually came from the famous Elon Musk. As you know, he is the CEO of SpaceX and one of the richest men in the world with a net worth of 250 billion ringgit. And he also stated that the evidence of exceptional ability is more important than a college degree. If you want to get into Tesla, you have to prove that exceptional innovative ideas are extremely important. Elon Musk has mentioned that he has no confidence over the current education system and how it works. He is experimenting on a rather different kind of education called the Ad Astra, which translates to in the name of the stars. And in this system, he has actually come up with an idea that there shouldn't be any grades in students' education. Students should be allowed to have the freedom to actually have an education system that is flexible, that does and work towards the different abilities of different students, and there is no time frame as to how the development of these students are actually measured and catered for. And this is a rather interesting way of doing things. And as a result, he has mentioned that his kids, when they go on vacation, they can't wait to get back to studying in school. So this is an interesting thing because education is becoming more fun. And to sum up this kind of experimentation is actually mentioning about the different abilities of students and in order to measure how a student progresses in relation to their ability. There's this interesting article by Harvard University in which it mentioned that it will use an AI professor to teach its students for the next semester. And the era of digital disruption actually covers a lot of these things that are very new to us. The issue of fake news, blockchain, robotics, AI, and geopolitical changes are among the things that are part of the era of digital disruption. So what are we actually bringing to the table today in our discussion in this conference? We actually need to relook at how universities function in the future. And to do this, it is important to know where our true north is. Our true north actually refers to how our vision and our mission is actually ensuring that we are going to be relevant in the near future. Look at this picture. This is a picture of eggs. Imagine that each of these eggs is a university. So you should be asking yourself, where do we actually compete in relation to market share? What unique values do our universities bring to the market? So what is important is actually what is known as strategic differentiation. And now, assuming that the X university is the university that is different. So what is the X factor that makes this university different and will be able to survive in the following future? Look at this image of umbrellas. Assume that each of these umbrellas is a university. And the one in red is the X university, or in this case, our organizer, UITM. It is important to actually understand the stakeholders that are involved in a university. The first one is probably the students, and the expectation of each of our stakeholders will be different. Students come for a degree, and we have also the government as the second stakeholder. And the expectation of a government from a university also differs from the expectation of students. Then there is this industry. The industry will be probably looking forward to collaborate with the universities in terms of our research findings and so on. Then we have the community. The community is actually our stakeholder who expects to benefit from our technology and our know-how. We also have our internal talent that we need to take care of, and their expectation of a university also differs. Our alumni, we need to ensure that we have good engagement with our alumni, as they can also bring benefit to our education system. And we have our global partners who we link with, we have our local partners that we deal with, and we have our other clients as well as customers. It is also important to ensure that because the expectations differ between these different stakeholders, we will need to be able to manage and extend our delivery of our services to all these various stakeholders, and their expectations differ between one another. In order to survive in the digital era, you therefore need to have a good strategy. The word strategy actually comes from the Greek word strategos, meaning the art of the general. It is important to see how the ways of wars during those times were actually strategized in order to achieve its common goal. And it is also worth reading. There's this document called The Art of War by a Chinese military general by the name of Sun Tzu. And this is one document that is being referred to again and again by many people, especially by industries and commercial projects and activities. So how do we actually prepare for the future, the world with a lot of uncertainties? If you have a crystal ball, then that's fine. But one thing for sure is that the future is so uncertain, and therefore being adaptable is very crucial. When we talk about adaptability, there's this one animal that comes to light, and it's the chameleon. So in short, those that can innovate, those that can adapt, and those that can change will be able to survive in the future. My suggestion is that all universities should establish an entity known as University Foresight. The University Foresight is our way of handling what is happening in the future. This kind of entity will look into what future job trends are. They will be looking at what kind of skill sets that are available, that are important in the future, looking at how disruptive technologies, disruptive change in the form of AI, for example, ChatGPT actually influences our education system and impacts on our education system. And with this kind of foresight, we'll be able to also see how future research is being conducted, what kind of research is needed in the future, and we could look at how futuristic and future economic activities or opportunities are available in the market. And last but not least is how future universities function. What is the future scenario for universities? Focusing on future job trends, it is not surprising, or maybe surprising to all of you, if I were to tell you that 50% of all jobs can actually be automated, and therefore 50% of us will be losing our jobs. So what are the current characteristics of jobs that will be around in the future? Basically, you can divide it into at least two categories, two broad categories. One is jobs that are to manage AI. For example, the system analysts or system architects, those who are working on IT-related, software-related, and networking related to AI, as well as AI coaches. That means coaching AI on how to behave and how to react and interact. And the other type or component is that jobs that are linked with human emotions, human IQs, EQs, as well as interpersonal skills. So these are the kind of jobs that will still be relevant in the sense of, if I were to give some example, nurses, therapists, HR managers, marketing managers, CEOs, and for example, where there's a lot of interaction between humans in relation to their job specifications. The second component in the foresight refers to future skill sets. In terms of future skill sets, there are two main components. The formal skills, this covers skills in terms of the formal education. We're suggesting that we should focus on something that is more broad rather than narrow. And also we are suggesting that instead of just focusing on STEMs, science, technology, English and mathematics, we must also incorporate the arts and the humanistic and humanities component, because these are areas in which the AI, technology and robotics will not be able to compete with human skills. And it is not enough to just focus on formal skills. We need to also have informal skills. So what are actually informal skills? These are soft skills, entrepreneurship skills, and innovative mindset and creativity is some of these components under these informal skills. And this allows us to be adaptable, and also this allows us to actually incorporate experiential learning, our hobbies, our interests into what makes us humans. And in terms of this, if you combine both formal skills and informal skills, this is what adds value to the workforce. Now, let me take you back to about 15 years ago in terms of job scenario. Do you know that during those times, there wasn't any gig economy, there wasn't any app developer in terms of jobs and so on. So what we're telling here is that with the advancement of technology and digitalization, our future is not bleak. There are opportunities, and what is important is that we are able to find what these opportunities are in the future. So there are new markets, new things that will develop as a result of our lifestyle, and we now need to capitalize on this in terms of potential careers and job specs. The third component that I want to touch on is when you talk about disruptive change. The word ChatGPT comes or springs to mind because of how disruptive that can actually be. And actually the transforming or the transferring of knowledge is no longer what universities should do in the present climate. We should change the way how we assess our students. We should look at how we can improve mankind with the knowledge in our hands, and that is very crucial. So we have come to the end of my short presentation. I have three conclusions here that I would like to share with you. One is that the purpose or the function of a university have actually evolved over the last 50 years. And the second point that I would like to make is that the speed to which we understand how the world has evolved is very crucial, it's very important. And last but not least, and finally, the speed to which we react is very important in terms of how we adapt to this challenging and uncertain world that we are facing. And that to me is important in order to ensure sustainability. With that, I would like to thank you for listening to my keynote address. My email address is attached. You can also contact me for any inquiries. I'll be happy to assist you or to engage with you in any form of conversation in relation to digital transformation and how that affects our universities. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Dato Dr. Aldrin Abdullah, for the remarkable speech. It is indeed a huge responsibility held by the university in addressing and adapting with the advancement of AI technologies towards shaping a highly capable, responsible, and dynamic generations of students. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce you to our next distinguished speaker, Dr. Wayan Suparta. Dr. Wayan Suparta currently serves as Principal Lecturer at the Electrical Engineering Department of Institute Teknologi Nasional Yogyakarta. Prior to this role, he held the position of Associate Professor of Space Science at Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia, UKM, and served as an adjunct professor at Bina Nusantara University in Jakarta and the University of Technology Yogyakarta, Indonesia. With over 17 years of experience encompassing teaching, research, and networking, Dr. Suparta is a dedicated professional known for his commitment to quality. His expertise spans physics, electronics, and computer engineering. He is widely recognized as a prominent researcher in the field of GPS, meteorology, with a particular focus on Antarctica for studies related to upper-lower coupling. Dr. Suparta is a sought-after expert, providing valuable consultation services in the realm of GPS, GNSS applications, data analysis, sensor technology, and weather awareness. Moreover, he possesses a wealth of experience in curriculum development, tailored to accommodate diverse learning styles and enhance students' comprehension. His contribution to academia extend to the creations of impactful publication, including journals, conference proceeding, books, workshop, training sessions, seminars, and contributions as a guest editor for special issues in renowned journal. Furthermore, he actively participates as an assessor and examiner for research proposals, seeking funding from government bodies and industry sources. He also plays a pivotal role as a thesis examiner and contributes to design of curricula, teaching modules, courses, and educational programs. Dr. Suparta excels in advisory roles, demonstrating strong planning and implementation capabilities. Throughout his career, he has successfully implemented operational policies, established systems and controls, introduced motivational schemes, and upheld education standards. His multitasking abilities are evident in his proficiency in managing administrative tasks, including event management, institutional motto enhancement, community service initiative, and more. In summary, Dr. Suparta is a distinguished academic professional whose expertise, dedication, and multifaceted contribution have significantly enriched the field of GPS, meteorology, and electrical engineering while positively impacting the educational landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let us now warmly welcome Dr. Wayan Suparta to deliver his speech on drone development for sustainable digital transformation.
Good morning, everyone, and salam sejahtera to all of you. Today, I would like to present my research with title Drone Development for Sustainable Digital Transformation. I am Wayan Suparta from Institut Teknologi Nasional, Yogyakarta, Indonesia. So before I start my talk, I would like to introduce myself. My last education is PhD in Electrical, Electronic, and System Engineering from University Kebangsaan Malaysia. My work experience, I think, almost 30 years, from 1994 until today. Start my position as a senior teacher in high school, and then lecture in electronic engineering in College Legenda Malaysia, and then pursue study in UKM, and after that appointed as a postdoctoral fellow in space science, senior lecturer in space science, associate professor in space science, de facto full professor in space science, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, and then resign back to Indonesia and lecture in civil engineering, Universitas Teknologi Yogyakarta, lecturer in electrical engineering at Universitas Sanata Dharma Yogyakarta, lecturer in informatics at Universitas Pembangunan Jaya Tangerang, and at the time At the same time, I associate faculty member at Doctoral Computer Science, Bina Nusantara University Jakarta. And recently, now my home base is Institut Teknologi Nasional Yogyakarta, lecturer in electrical engineering. So my current research is now I am interesting to do a drone or UAV and together with environmental electronic environment. Also in the previous research, GNS or GPS application, remote sensing, artificial intelligence for climate change. From this research and experience, my publication index in Scopus is now 14, Web of Science 9. And my current research collaboration, now I am working with Universiti Teknologi Mara, Perak Branch, Malaysia, in terms of international exchange grant with project title Development of Hexacopter using pitch-up flight controller for delivery packet. And previously, my research focused on pool, Antarctic, and Arctic region. So I have many research projects on that area during working in UKM, for example, lightning observation with GPS, GNS, collaborated with Argentina, Sun-Earth coupling in Antarctica, collaborated with New Zealand, Japan, and Iceland. Also, I am working in tropic, collaborated with University Malaysia Sabah for ENSO observation at Southeast Asia region. So I have supervised numerous undergraduate student, supervised 12 graduate master student, and so far supervised 9 graduate PhDs, and 5 student is as a main supervisor. So my professional members, this as a geospecialist, GS, as you can see in the front of my name, GS, geospecialist from Institution of Geospatial and Remote Sensing Malaysia. And of course, IEEE member as engineer and also Persatuan Insinyur Indonesia. I am also involved in the editor of international and national journal. For example, for the international is American Journal of Engineering and Applied Science. And for the national journal, this is a Kurpate journal from my institution, ITNY. So from my research previously, working in UKM almost 20 years, so I have 8 reference book, and the latest current book is in Indonesian language, Penerapan GPS GNS untuk Kajian Perubahan Iklim, published by Dipublish, Yogyakarta. I think that all my brief CV for your information. So before I start my talk about digital transformation related to my work now, drone, I'd like to introduce my previous research that maybe give some idea for us what to be improved in further achievement like that. So the 5 picture in the top is a 5-time expedition to Antarctica. So because I am doing research in pool, so the first expedition is 2008 until the last expedition 2017. So New Zealand for 4 time, and Carlini Beach, Argentina 1 time. And the second picture, three picture, is for Arctic expedition start 2008, and the last expedition is 2013. And this our base station at Scott Base, managed by Antarctic New Zealand. And this member station is US base, yeah, the big base in Antarctica managed by USA. So US, they have a lot of station base in Antarctica. I think more than 10, but the big one is McMurdo Station. So this is the area of my study. So Antarctica, Arctic, also tropic, yeah. Tropic include Peninsular Malaysia and also Sabah Sarawak. But my equipment installed at University Malaysia Sabah, Kota Kinabalu. So this is the equipment or instrument that I have installed at Hatterton Lab at Scott Base Station in Antarctica. So this is the laptop and GPS antenna, receiver, and also this installation of lightning, and this for monitoring the ice movement, yeah. And then this later become good memorized in the STEM nation of Malaysia. When we go to the field to install the equipment, then we need to use a helicopter because the place or site is very far and dangerous. So the safety one, we use a helicopter to do this. At another time, still in Antarctica, but in peninsular Antarctica, I install my system here: A, lightning detector, B, GPS antenna, C, electric field mill 100 sensor, and D, meteorological sensor. So in this site, Carlini Base, I have studied the lightning occurrence because this to prove the hypothesis. There is no lightning in Antarctica, no lightning, no rain, no thunderstorm. But from my measurement with our equipment, so we can see this the position where the lightning occur. So we can see three position in the center, other side, and other side. So you can see the peak here, the red color. So very high field, so lightning occur. So from this experiment, we can foul the classic hypothesis. There is no lightning in Antarctica. So this is the system in the Carlini Base Lab. It is a monitor for GPS, monitor for lightning, and monitor for meteorology data. And another side at Pole, also I conduct research in Arctic research, and the place is at Husapel, yeah, Husapel Iceland. Because of course we cannot go to directly to the North Pole because there is ocean, no land. So the nearby place is Iceland. So we collaborate with Japan researcher. It is Professor Kadokura. He from National Institute of Polar Research, Japan. They and team already running this research in this area almost or more than 10 years, yeah, already running. And this one, before I leave the site back to Malaysia, I need to introduce the farmer when maybe the system trouble due to the weather and so on, so he can maintain the system. The system in farmer house, yeah, in Husapel, Iceland. So just I mentioned just now, I am working at ROBBY in UKM and Sabah. So I install this the same system at Antarte and Arte at University Malaysia Sabah, and specifically at Faculty of Science and Natural Resources. This one. So this is the antenna and this is the sensor, and the system is on the left. Also, I collaborate with LAPAN Indonesia, and we visit to Kota Tabang, Bukit Tinggi, West Sumatra at this time. Before we go here, we also meet the director of LAPAN, Prof. Thomas Jamaluddin, in Jakarta, and also we discuss about this collaboration in Bandung. So the major pending of my research in Antarctica, so I have developed one climate or weather parameter, and we call PWE, precipitable water vapor. This parameter is derived from GPS signal and meteorology data. So in classic weather parameter like surface temperature, pressure, relative humidity, wind speed, solar radiation is measurement from the ground or the surface. But this parameter is combination between ground and space, so that the parameter more accurate than the classic parameter. So here I show you the data from 2003, 2010 about PWE, and compare also with classical parameter temperature, also shown a similar pattern here. So the PWE decrease during winter season and increase during summer when the sun is active. Yeah. So, but the trend, you can see that from 2003 to 2010, dia decrease like that, decline, yeah, decline compared to the temperature, that the pattern is almost stable. So based on the trend of PWE, we can correlate with solar activity. So my finding for this analysis, I have published in 2 books. First book is Space Science and Communication for Sustainability, and the second book, or the current book, Penerapan Teknologi GPS GNS untuk Kajian Perubahan Iklim. So we can see here from solar cycle, actually PWE is signature in the pattern of solar cycle, mean that PWE is influenced by sun activity or solar activity. Because we install our equipment in Arctic, so in near the pole, 66 degree not degree. So in the night, we can see in the sky good phenomena, a good phenomenon, what we call aurora. So based on my data, GPS data, how I can correlate the occurrence of aurora with our GPS signal. So here in this figure, so when aurora occur, so the GPS signal is increased, mean that increasing the GPS signal during the aurora, this means a delay. When the delay occurs, something or error will occur in the communication system. So like that, the point. Also, in the same time, when I worked in UKM Malaysia, I also involved in the Rasat-1 development. So I think Malaysian people already know the launching of the Rasasat 1 until their day, yeah, their day. Because when their day, people say no data, but government say we have data but cannot read. So now this information is still secret or still not clear. But I have write a book published by UKM Press. The title is Rasa Satwan, sebuah analisis kehilangan isyarat. This book I read in Malay. So what you can see what my pending, what my analysis, what my opinion about the Rasa Sat. You can find in this book. Yeah, in this book you can buy this book in UKM store. Yeah. So the advantage of Malaysia use Rasasat operate in NECO, yeah, equatorial orbit, NECO region, is because of cost effective, low power consumption, and the most important is the satellite revisit 14 until 18 times a day, compare if we use polar orbit, is only twice a day. So if the more revisit to our position, then we can see everything. We can capture everything in our country like that. Compare only 2 times. 2 times we don't know at 11 morning or 11 night or 6 morning or 6 afternoon. And then between that we don't know. Since there will be loss of information. So this is the advantage. But the disadvantage, because they operate in NECO and they are suddenly fail or failure, so my analysis may be due to disturbed by South Atlantic Anomaly, SAA, because if we operate satellite in the NECO orbit, normally they have disturbed by strong solar radiation, high geomagnetic activity, and finally, of course, from these two parameters involved in the SAA, yeah, South Atlantic Anomaly. So from the previous research, I can summarize my work here. So the first is how to analyze weather and climate parameter that influence the GPS signal. So in technical, not only we just study about the instrument, electronic, but we also study beyond this, yeah, outside this electronic component. Because electro component maybe we can ignore or just we can model, but weather and climate parameter we don't know how much they influence the GPS signal. For example, electronic error in GPS, padding, multipass, and Doppler. This they can degrade the quality and reliability of the signal. The important why I use GPS, study GPS, because satellite, aircraft, drone, handphone, communication tool, GPS tracker, and so on use GPS signal. So what happened if GPS signal is lost? Or in extreme word, what happened is US, because GPS satellite ordered by US is collapsed. You can imagine what your handphone, what aircraft, they maybe cannot landing well, cannot take off well. So because in this system they use a GPS signal. So imagine that. So we many countries depend on the GPS satellite. So if GPS satellite collapse, you can imagine. So here in technical electronic, padding multipass Doppler effect. But outside this electronic component, this ionosphere and the troposphere layer is one major in GPS error, and this cannot be modeled. So that this study focus on this actually. Yeah? So focus on another side of the component. So why in Antarctica? This is also a good question. Because extreme daily weather from ground or space only found in pool. Daily weather in tropic or middle country, they have like hurricane, a typhoon, another La Nina or El Nino, strong weather or strong climate event, but not daily, but not hour. But in Antarctica, any price is daily, but can be hour to hour. But in the bad condition, minute to minute, we have what we call extreme weather condition. So in this part, data is critical for enablement, transformation, and enhancement across a business. So from this point, the importance of study is how we can retrieve the data, we analyze, then modeling, then make recommendation to the government or stakeholder. Because the study is more looking on how the connection between pool and tropic, the easy way is to study the climate change. So climate change is good way to see the teleconnection between the pool and the tropic. And this recognition I got so far when I working in UKM Malaysia. This award by medal, a silver medal, many of research paper, product I have, and also best paper in the conference, also teaching best award, and member of in the remote sensing professional. So the most important recognition for me in my life, where my photo you can see in the front of slide, my photo is put in the stem of Malaysia, stem 90 cent. Yeah? So you can find this stem from this link or go to the post office of Malaysia. So this my memory, good memory for the achievement my research in Antarctica. So what my current research? So now I doing drone. So from my title up top is about drone correlated with digital transformation. So I design and apply the drone for something. For example, later for atmospheric study and for delivery. So here we buy the component, I solder it, and so on, testing, assembling, then test to the field like this. So the beginning I developed for quadcopter and now go for the hexacopter. So this the application for atmospheric study. So drone, I import the sensor with Arduino here in the body of drone as a pilot, and also the same sensor here, the green, put in the ground. So we can compare the result between measurement in space and on the ground as shown in this graph. Yeah. So red color, a measurement from the space, and the black color is measurement on the ground. So far for the first research, I just study the temperature, humidity, pressure, PWE, and also altitude. So 5 parameters. How how the influence of pipe parameter or the drone movement, so on the space. So later we can propose this parameter to the BMKG, BMKG. So like meteorology department in Malaysia. So now the last work, my application of drone is for delivery. I working this with University Teknologi Mara, Perak Branch, Malaysia. We through the international exchange grant. So I have the project I just mentioned in my CP for delivery package. Besides that, now also I doing research on monitoring urban areas where my drone also put the camera, high resolution camera. So this the drone with package. This one, the testing of the drone shipping. So this will be without package, testing without package first, and then when they are stable in the air, then we put the packet like this. So this is a new development of a hexacopter for future drone, because this drone only bring the packet below 1 kg. In my plan in the future, shipping 5 kg. So 5 kg. So more weight or more heavy. Maybe combine of lot of good or package to go to the customer address. So this is the last my talk. So how drone connected with digital transformation. So before that, I like to introduce what is the digital transformation. So they have 6 components. First, we must have a strategy about our business. Strategy means that they have a mission, a vision, and then the second, what our business model, our core business on the education, transportation, or what? So we must clear about our business. And then after we have these two, then go to the strong leadership. So without leadership, with future vision and faster decision, so good management and so on, the business will not run. So this is very important. Then after that, we make the proposal for advertising and marketing. Of course, we have product. Then after the market or sell our product, of course, we need to analyze to get the feedback or evaluation. So these are 6 components. The purpose is how to increase the speed of application and surface of deployment. This is the core of the digital transformation, the speed and the surface. So, but behind of this is data. Yeah. Data is the key. Yeah? Data is the key for this digital transformation. Data must be easily, quickly, and reliable, accessible. So how we can access is very easy to access and quick, not remote. Remote is what we call remote, like slow, yeah, very slow. Remote in Indonesian language. And the data must increasingly automated in collection, delivery, and execution. Data must be secure, of course, data must be secure because data can be public and private. When they become public, must be avoided by the hacker, because hacker, they can go to the system, manipulate the data, and so on. So that's why data must be secure. So this is the component, actually, what content in the SIG component, like strategy, like organization, like people, like technology, like customer, and culture. For example, I look technology. So new technologies, exploration, and security. So what new technologies? Is drone, for example, yeah, drone. So leveraging modern architecture. So what include in drone? So become speed or faster service. So they have some app or application. Like now we have online shop, yeah, online shop, or like Grab or Gojek for transportation. So like this is, I think drone in the future similar become like Grab or Gojek, but not replace of them. Maybe drone can be used in the remote area with trouble traffic, for example, but traditional transportation like Grab for place of easy to access, like that. If region or place not easy, then we can use drone. So drone is like a media for transformation. How they can transform like this? So analog signal converted to digital signal, that we call a adaptation or process. So like in the CPU, we have CPU input, process, output. Is, I think, similar. So signal, analog signal, we convert to digital, we call digitization, and they become digitalization. When they become digitalization, they become information. So if the data become information, then this is a business. So what they call here business or creation. So here, of course, import the transformation strategy, functional strategy, and business strategy. So transformation is this for digitization, functional is this, adaptation, and business strategy. The product is in terms of information. So this the drone component. So I think they have two type of drone type: DIY, do it by yourself, or already sell by the company, ready-made, yeah, ready-made, ready use. But my drone letter is used for DIY. So here we have drone for transport, drone for sport, drone for delivery, and from quadcopter, hexacopter, maybe next octacopter, yeah, with eight propeller. And this is the pilot on the ground to control the drone, and this is the control system on the ground to see what happened with the drone movement in the sky. So this is the application of a UAV in various fields. For example, save life, yeah, right, medical, so deliver good and medical supplies. Or now filming, yeah, filming. We make a drama for television or cinema like that. We use drone for photography. And farming, normally in agriculture, but now in Indonesia, the hot topic for business is a drone for spraying, spraying drone in agriculture. So they can use for paddy, paddy peel. Surveying, of course, many of use of this, and rescuing, inspection of pipeline, building structure, and now many things, we can use drone, not only for just hobby, So the drone now become smart or intelligent when they are connected to internet. Then now we call Internet of Things. So without internet, of course, it's not IoT. So how they become IoT? This is the component in the chart, but in hardware, we have a board from Raspberry. So we can put here the communication 5G, RFID, Wi-Fi ad hoc. We can put in this board, and then this board connect to the drone like this. So their drone become Internet of Things. So this is actually the main component of drone. This we call a PSAP. Can put everything sensor model here. For example, IoT, IoT we use Raspberry normally, or Arduino maybe. Put any sensor on this, GPS, switch, USB, telemetry, and so on. Power. We just put the all component here. Then the assembling of hardware can be developed. This the component. So the flight controller, PCAP, and GPS antenna. GPS is very important as to determine the position of drone. And this the ESC, electronic speed controller, to control the motor. This one, propeller. This the board to place the component in the drone. This is the power module, battery, receiver. This one receiver normally put in the drone, and this is the transmitter in terms of remote control. So pilot will use this remote control to control the drone. So this is one example of assembling of hexacopter with 6 motor, of course, with 6 propeller connected to the PSAP. This is the receiver connect to this PSAP, and this the RC, remote control. So when we on the remote control, the signal or wave electromagnetic radio will go to the receiver here, and this receiver will control the PSAP. PSAP will control the all component put in this system. So like that. So this is just to show briefly how the system works. So just for the knowledge. So after selecting the component, we then assembling this the component, and we need to set up and calibration the hardware via the mission planner. Mission planner is software, open source software to control the drone. So now we don't need to make a program, like use a Python or Visual Basic or another programming. Now everything is easy to find, use. So this software is open source. We can download free from the Google. So then we test arming the drone by on the remote control RC. Now whether the drone flies stable. If the drone we test cannot take off, cannot fly, although they are fly but not stable, then we category no. So need to check everything. So we need to check the PID, proportional integrate differential tuning, that involve the roll, pitch, and yaw, like this, and also test without pilot and with additional load, and then go back to the field for testing. So this, I think, repeat until the drone flies stable. When the drone flies stable or yes, so the drone must take off, take off smoothly, take off, and make a loiter. Loiter, they can go up, smoothly go up, loiter. Go to some altitude like this. And then they also make maneuver. Maneuver, they can zigzag or spot like that. And endurance is how long the drone will fly in the air. Normally now the drone only with the LiPo battery, only 10 minutes, maximum to 20 minutes. So very short. But in the future, with new idea on the battery, maybe use solar panel or something, maybe can be hour or maybe not daily, impossible daily. Maybe 3 hour or 5 hour like that. They can run. They can fail safe. This means that the drone can return back to the launching position if they have problem, or maybe the battery drain or finish, something error, they can back automatically. This we call a fail-safe. Landing, of course, if they can take off, of course they can landing smoothly, not sudden landing. And then when this all this parameter okay, then we can apply for mission. For example, measurement, survey, delivery, and so on. So this one example, drone application to check the cable in the power line is normally in Malaysia, for example, TNB, tenaga berat, or Indonesia PLN, perusahaan listrik negara. So compared to use traditional worker, go to this cable, is very dangerous. It now easy to use a drone with camera and LiDAR, and LiDAR. Also in my work now, I use for delivery, So why we use drone for delivery? The first, this one, avoid road traffic jam and speed up delivery. Speed up, this digital transformation point, speed up. And then drone use batteries to operate and reduce pollution because they not use petrol. So very small greenhouse gas in our atmosphere. I use GPS to navigate. Everything use GPS, So if no GPS, you can imagine drone cannot take off, cannot landing. And time efficient, cost efficient, and offer safer delivery due to road congestion. But drone cannot work during extreme weather or rainy season because component drone is open to the sky. If weather or water go to the drone inside, then the drone will die because the component will be shot by the rain or extreme weather. This for food delivery, this for the package, for example. This my work now, photo to how my drone bring packet below 1 kg, this one. And then I think I can show you the short video how my drone work on delivery. So you can see that from the first video, the drone cannot take up, cannot take off. So this means that my analysis is the packet is too heavy. First, the packet is too heavy, and the second, the size of propeller is small. Although they have 6 propeller, but the size is small. It is only used 8 in, egg in. Now I replace the propeller to 10-inch with the same weight, the same weight. We can see now the video. So I stop it. The drone can take off well and will bring the packet to customer address. But later in another video, I show how the next process. I stop to stop the video. Before this, I show you the first my drone development quadcopter. This one. So I also stop this drone because we can see for the first testing, the drone is split. It means that the string need longer, need longer. The distance is only one meter. When I try to make 2 meter, then the drone can take off with the package. This the another shipment continues from the previous. So now the drone will landing to the customer point. After they are landing in, they will unload the package, and in the few seconds, they will take off, and then return back to the launching point. Like this, I shot the video. So I think from this presentation, I can conclude that now the drone technology is developed very rapidly because in the digital transformation, the need of speed up of service, and then accompanied by the industrial revolution 4.0, drone become also intelligent, become smart system because they have a connection and internet. So when they have internet, it's easy to maintain the data and easy to find the coordinate, or because coordinate is used Google Map to find the customer address. So this is the first conclusion, and so use many companies like Amazon, Visa, China companies now use drone for effective solution for commercial application. So besides try to avoid the traffic jam, like Jakarta, for example, is very crowded. So if we use traditional transportation, it take time and long, not speed, with this. So digital purpose is will not achieved if we not speed up the process and service. I think that all my presentation today. I hope if you have a question, I waiting your good question. I ready to answer. Thank you very much for your attention and terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wayan Suparta, for the interesting speech. Dr. Wayan's speech has shed the light on the transformative power of drones, underscoring their potential to drive sustainable digital transformation across industries. It was a thought-provoking exploration of a future where technology and environmental stewardship go hand in hand. Ladies and gentlemen, without further delay, let us get to know the background of our next speaker, architect, interior designer, technologist KEYNOTE NORHISHAM, that will deliver his keynote speech on urban futures, innovative concept for tomorrow's cities. Architect, interior designer, technologist KEYNOTE is a firm believer in the continuous discipline of honing the craft of design thinking. He was trained in architecture at University Technologi Mara, University of Technology Sydney, and the ADIS Metropolitan Laboratory Berlin and Politecnico di Milano. He is the CEO of Citizens, a strategic digital agency that works in the AR, VR, Metaverse, Web 3.0, and NFT space. He runs multiple practices as Principals of KEYNOTE Architect, Director of PRAKTIKA Architects Remberhard, and partner of a research think tank, Manifesto of Design and Research in Architecture. In his academic career, he has lectured for a collective 8 years at UiTM, Taylor University, and UCSI University. With over 40 awards under his wings, he is an award-winning architect and currently serving as PAM's council member and Malaysian representative in Arcasia Committee on Young Architects, a recipient of the Khazanah Design Residency, Pam Chan Saolin Award, and Pam Johnson Swiss Scholarship Award, among others. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let us give a warm welcome to architect, interior designer, technologist KEYNOTE NORHISHAM to deliver his keynote speech on urban futures, innovative concept for tomorrow's cities.
Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. This is definitely, obviously, a recording. I'm so sorry I cannot be with you in the event. I'm currently in the Philippines, but I'm really happy to talk to all of you and share some of our ideals that we want to pursue in the future. So without further ado, let me just start with our presentation today. My name is KEYNOTE NORHISHAM. I run a few practices, and in our office, we are a bunch of young designers, great idealism. We still have a lot of hopes for the future. And we did a lot of projects, diverse in scale and size, of course, developments or master plans included. At the same time, we also design for the digital world, or rather what you want to call it, as metaverse. And we do have other outputs as well, more informal outputs such as podcasts, and of course, my TikTok account, for example, is an advocacy channel for the public. At the same time, we occasionally introduce our research pamphlet, what we call manifestos, and this is some of the series. And today, what we want to talk about is our adventure through our journey in architecture. The idea was really to have a good subsequent workflow of knowledge from a think tank to architectural designer and practice, where think tank would somehow get into the gist of the broader vision of the world and refined into physical intervention by QHAWARIZMI Architect, which is entity that always be in competitions. And if the project is eventually commissioned, it will be under PRAKTIKA Architects of Berhad, which look at the refinement of things that has legal implication. Now, for our first project today, we're going to share is our winning entry for Penang Bay that we won back in 2021, if not mistaken. So Penang Bay is a regional locality between these two mass of the Penang Island and of course the main Malayan peninsula, Butterworth and the Georgetown waterfront. And Penang Bay is, is conceived to consist of these two shorelines and a water body in the middle. So you can see that the idea of having these conurbations of urban intervention are fairly unique. This is a very prehistoric waterfront. So if you look at the locality, it is quite central to major ASEAN cities. It's quite strategic. You can see that the pool of populations is more than 250 million people within a 4 hours flight. And this is some of the interventions that are currently ongoing in that particular area. The hotspots, you can see a lot of traffic, people movement in that particular region. It's quite concentrated, I would say. And this is some of the ongoing efforts within the bay itself. You can see some of them here, and and we're going to look at some of these as existing assets that we can work on within our proposal. So again, redefining where the eventual intervention would be to create a new urban model for this particular region. We look at all the possibilities, and we start with sort of framing the region. You can see there is a huge natural assets on both sides, where you have the Penang Hill as a conurbations of Penang Green Spine, with the hills and highlands on one side, on the island side. Meanwhile, the exact opposite, a contrary of a flat land, flat, rich and fertile delta in the agricultural belt where they harvest paddy. This is some of the intervention of possible parcellations of strategic input that we want to inject in this particular region. But obviously today, since we are short of time, I'll not cover every parcel. So this is a atypical outlook, multi, what do you call it, ethnicity, Penang, and it's offers a range of experience. But of course, this experience comes with the challenge of industrialization and now deindustrializations and management of resources that includes habitats for local fauna, sea fauna, and of course man-made infrastructures such as social housing, industrial bridges, jetty, and other water assets. So to activate the 8 development parcel, we have developed 8 urban design strategic tools that cover resiliency to make it climate ready, to ensure that it's a social inclusion for everyone and empowerment, of course, improving the bay resiliency as a whole, ecological outlook, and legality of ensuring there is some versatility or flexibility in land use, sustainable mobility network, and then the economic side of it, land value reallotment, and of course, dynamic development model to ensure that every stakeholder's economic concern are fairly addressed in this upcoming proposal. So this is the 8 development parcels that we think will give the most impact in this particular bay, and then we're going to deploy the strategic tools. But of course, the strategic tools are not to be deployed all at once. They can be deployed in combinations of one another, and then depending on the particular parcel, and we're going to deploy them according to the suitability and the goal and aim of each individual parcel. So, of course, what we want to do is to address the challenge of the climate changes that we are going to face in the near future, and alignment of these challenges to the aspiration of sustainable development goals, of course. To ensure that we bring more people to the fray, to be an inclusive urban conurbation, we have to ensure that marginalized communities, communities that need a little bit more support, single mothers, orang kelainan upaya, or people with disabilities, people that have poor social support, is part of the master plan software, rather than thinking that it could be done later on. That includes social enterprise, empowering single mothers, for example, or troubled teens with mentoring exercise. So it's not purely physical intervention. Of course, there will be a physicality aspect of the proposal, but we also encourage some level of engagement on the program, or rather social level. On improvement bay resiliency, we can see that there's a lot of flora and fauna that is, I'm not going to say thriving, but they are locals to that particular area, especially mangrove forest that is native in the world is fairly, percentile of native mangrove forests in the world are fairly low. I think it's a single-digit number. So the idea was to bring back, because they are suitable to be planted here. They are previously was there. It can create and rich ecological foundation that allow the natural processes to take over when we have the prior intervention. So densification of trees, encouraging pollinators, and of course the designation of some no fishing zone. As I mentioned, this is some of the example that we can, free upon replanting some of the mangrove tree, bringing back the rich environment that this flora and fauna can thrive in. And of course, at the end of the day, it still serves us, in a sort of in a way that we can ensure our food security, first of all, food quality are maintained and food security are sustained, and with the adoption of better technologies of the future, we want to ensure that they are included in this design. That includes the use of autonomous drone delivery, mechanized logistical centers that reduce the intervention of human, or rather reduce the intricate logistical challenges of getting food, parcel or mail to individual houses or premise, and try to reduce the footprint of producing food. That might include producing meat in a cellular lab, or plant-based meat, and of course production of food in a contained and controlled environment. To ensure all this goodness are paid for or possible, we have to ensure that people can move, economic engines can go on. Of course, Penang has earmarked some allocation under the Penang Transport Master Plan to include cable car in the array of proposed network of public transportation. But of course, we still need to ensure that our PMD's personal mobility devices infrastructure or micro mobility infrastructure are also ready to complement the last mile gap. And when we do all this, of course, there are some challenges, some areas that need to be reserved for some of these efforts. And the land value has to go somewhere. So this kind of work hand to hand, land value reallotment and dynamic development model has to have that flexibility to gauge the legal challenges of land ownership and of course the value attached to the land. So to really sort of demonstrate how does that actually work in those parcels, we can see here in this particular case, it's in McCallum neighborhood. It's not far off from the Komta Tower. You can see right now it's been used as logistical piers for construction material, but they are slowly recovering some of the land to ensure that it's slightly more habitable, defining reclamations. I wouldn't say a total reclamation, but rather redefining the shoreline per se. And you can see that there's a lot of social housings, high-rise social housing at the cusp, at the very line of the gazetted UNESCO World Heritage Site. And there is a school in the middle of the particular neighborhood. So this is the main artery, which is the highway that have a lane reduction as it goes into the UNESCO gazetted site. And what we want to do is to ensure that they have a loop or a transferred mobile modes from private vehicles. And then what we want to introduce is Initiative B1, for example, a McCallum multimodal terminal that try to somehow bring people into a hub that they can transfer into other modes of transportation. That is one of the intention. The next one is really to reconnect this area where the newly developed neighborhood on the other side. And then right now there's no physical connections, and try to tie it back through a McCallum civic loop. While it's near to Komta Tower, the neighborhood does not enjoy the proximity, and there are some urban fabrics that is not connected or poorly connected. We want to get them aligned and try to bring people from the tower, from the iconic Komta Tower or the Komta complex into the waterfront, so that they can feel that they are actually in an island. That will include a carbon sink, forest, of course, and at the end, at the tip of the shoreline, a leisure promenade. So what we want to do eventually is to create appreciation to some of these interesting nodes. So at the end, when you look at all five working together, they somehow sum up or redefine this particular neighborhood. So starting from the first initiative of getting the multimodal terminal built. So what we want to do is to get the ferry terminal, the bus terminal that is currently clogging along the shoreline near the Clan jetties, to be repositioned here where they can get modern amenities, integrated complex with other transportation modes, such as water taxi and the possibility of having air transport, and of course the existing ferry that goes overseas or goes to Butterworth. So we can accommodate all those customs, police complexes as well, enforcement bodies to be in a complex together, so the administrative portion of it become tighter. A bus depot are here as well. So it's all integrated the idea was really to tap people in from the highway into the McCallum Pier Road, and eventually try to get everything out and decommission the existing ferry terminal. And that in turn can be turned into a touristic asset in full, in line with the Klang jetty on the side. So the idea was really to take traffic out. So instead of people coming from Butterworth flooding the gazetted area, they are now in the tip or the start of where the highway is. So the highway is connected through a direct bypass that we name as McCallum bypass, that somehow try to tie the existing highway with a new transport hub. So in this particular area, we want to tie the neighborhood together with a social loop where people can go around and enjoy themselves near the waterfront, and then especially a development for youth and appreciation of civic qualities between the neighborhoods that is currently physically separated. Of course, we have the Fisherman's Jetty as one of the stakeholders that actually use the water body, and then to substantiate or supplement their economic interests. A new fresh fish market are also built in order for them to market their catch. So we are thinking something along that line, weaponizing infrastructure. Of course, there will be the McCallum bypass, which is in a form of private vehicular infrastructure. We understood that. At the same time, we also give sort of like a sheltered urban fabric for any social engagement down below, activated by the local communities, and of course, especially the youth, a space for youth to get into good habits, and of course, togetherness and social development. So for most of the social housing areas, we opt for facade upgrade. The idea was really to ensure that the house has the potential for capital appreciation with development of urban realm around them. Of course, that is one, and an increase of floor area. I think this is not particularly new. Previous Pulitzer Prize winners has actually extended an existing Parisian block into somehow an addition of 20% of square footage that allow the building to have a new facade, a new lease of life, and at the same time a bit more practical due to the increase of space. At the same time, of course, a line of carbon sink trees will be lining the promenades that actually connects the main road to the water body. With the advent of light rail station, I think this area could be easily activated. Now, the neighborhood that been deemed as a back portion of the particular island now can have a front face as well. And this new, urban realm nearby the water can complement the experience that the visitors or tourists get out of the Klang jetties. Of course, this is not really historical per se, but the idea was to create a balance between the experience, or rather the diversity of experience that you can get going through the water body. Now, there is already a development for Siabui Archaeological Urban Park, and there are some revitalization works done here, but to ensure that they are able to hold substantial content or rather commitment of time of people that visited the site, we propose a museum that is part of the ground, try to build from the ground up and try to bring people down and really have the experience of archaeological journey throughout the UNESCO gazetted region of the island. Try to discover what it used to be and what it could be in the future as a moment of inspiration. So now this is the McCallum waterfront spine. This is one of the 8 parcel, and you can see that it is quite substantial there in the middle, where it stands between the parcel A, which is going to be the heritage centric seafront, and then a little bit more innovative Celutung Innovation Campus, which we're going to cover in this particular lecture as well. So now, if we want to look at on the other side, which is fairly challenging, is fairly predominantly infrastructural base, where you can see there is a logistical port infrastructure or structures with a lot of transportations lines, such as the BORR. This is the Butterworth Outer Ring Road, which is an expressway that cuts through. And at the same time, we have the large Penang Central, and where the ferry terminal used to be. And we also have the KTM station there, the Kereta Api Tanah Melayu line that goes in. But when you do the stamping of all this infrastructure, you can see the land development parcels are fairly fragmented. They are cut through by large roads, some of them more than 6 lanes. So it's fairly challenging. But what we want to do in this particular area, due to the fact that it is super well connected, there are possibilities of getting more robust and technically more valuable or higher value chain innovation and activities. Now let's look at this particular area specifically. Penang Central are slated to be developed as a mixed development. Of course, right now we only see the transportation hub only, which quite challenging due to the fact that it's not well connected to anything. It is an island by itself. So if you look at the KTM Butterworth, it is more or less the same story, where people have to go outside the station, go up and down a bit, going through some physical challenges to get into Penang Central. But even with such a dedicated transport hub, a lot of people has been bus operators per se, because they are going up north to Perlis most likely. They just leave the whoever stopping at this particular stop by the roadside. So this is some of the challenges that we can see in this particular region. Definitely what we want to ensure, what we want to do is to ensure all these fragmented fabrics to be tied together tightly. And with the advent of the future cable car or skycap facilities or a transport network, we're going to tie them together. So we want to ensure this particular area, which predominantly consists of smaller dwelling units, should be optimized and densified to ensure we leave more area for nature to grow in this particular region. And what we want to bring is to bring clean water back to the community. So again, relationship between human and nature will be enforced. So this is where we're going to do the mangrove ecological enrichment. The idea was really to ensure that all this derelict industrial infrastructure that is no longer performing to be returned as natural site. So as a whole, the interventions cover these particular pockets of areas. Now, what we want to do is really to bring in connectivity and access to possibilities or opportunities of work and social mobility, at the same time recreational and ecological prowess that wetland could offer. So it's like a best of both worlds. trying to allow you to go around with this transport hub, opportunities in terms of get yourself educated or getting employment, at the same time be quite close to natural settings. So for the first part is mainly trying to tie back both sides of the equation. Of course, we need businesses that work within the realm of green energy. And of course, if you look at the direction where the nation is going, more federal investment, or rather federal grants or federal allocations and legal infrastructure going to be spent on energy efficiency, electrical vehicle, and of course the eventual model of new economic model. So that also align with the new industrial master plan. So to provide the manpower, for that particular endeavor, we believe that repurposing an old industrial complex into a TVET campus, Industry 4.0 TVET campus, could really help to train the proteges or mentee in the environment where the industry has been applied or rather practiced. And of course, some new office spaces that focus on this particular area of economy will be placed just on the other side of the road, with a pedestrian bridge and then micro mobility lane networks will ensure that they will have less dependency on private vehicles. Meanwhile, nearby this particular existing school, secondary school, Convent Batuak, we want to develop a more socially conscious enterprise. Of course, a bit, trying to connect capital with people that is working to empower women, empower impoverished or people that is lacking in support through either social enterprise, and the youth with good ideas, with development of new startups, and eventually, if you could, get into one local unicorn, that would be great. To support all those domestic needs for dwellings, there are multi-model dwelling unit type that somehow allow people to attune themselves to a particular mortgage or lease model that they are familiar, that they are suitable for. There is an array of residential models that can fit their mortgage and leasing preference. And of course, we want to buff up the intensity of activities nearby the Penang Central. The idea of having the transportation hub linking to future SkyCab and KTM station will ensure that there are density and there's a need for larger office space and other supporting programs. Of course, all these will be interconnected by a rotunda that is a park circling around, try to tie back all the small fragmented parcels into one coherent urban fabric. And the idea of advancing logistical challenges and advancing logistical deliveries through autonomous drone, we're going to have that dedicated facilities as well as part of the new and renewed master plan proposal. On the other side of Perai River waterfront, we can see what we want to do is really to bring back nature into the ever-growing modern city of Batuak. The idea was really to encourage mangrove forests. And while mangrove forest has always be seen or deemed as unusable, we're going to have this floating platform, okay, that connects multiple programs all across the jungle or the mangrove forest. The idea was really to bring back people to appreciation of nature and try to ensure that the biodiversity and floral diversity is kept in this particular region. So an overall master plan with the Batu's Cross Rotunda will create a cohesive master plan that encourage people to advance themselves, get themselves mobile, climb the economic ladder, and of course be socially inclusive. Now, as we go up north along the Pride River, we can see that there is a large development gazetted that will be somehow dedicated to food production or modern food production, with the idea of getting lower carbon food miles, the idea of bringing food or planting food or production of food in the city center. And this will be accompanied with, Penang's, what Penang's known for, which is all these culinary delights and delicacies, and of course, continuous research and development for the future of our food production and food security. And I think we are at the juncture where alternative food product, or what we call somehow manufactured food, or rather food alternative, with regards to especially proteins, we can somehow develop a zone that dedicate for that particular activity as a means of industrialization. Clean industry, there is one, and on top of that, cleaner and better quality food made accessible to all walks of life. The idea of sustainable food are also extended to the to the catch or the fisheries in the water body of Penang Bay. Now, the continuous outlay of mangrove forests traject up until to this particular area, and the programs come along with it. And this will create a reactivated waterfront, and somehow we get a larger or better appreciation while protecting the ecology, diversity, and resiliency of incoming excessive water, if there is any, monsoon time. Now, we're going to go back to the island. So in this particular area that is called Jeluto Landfill, is an artificial peninsula made of the construction debris, or rather construction waste, that have been piling up over the years, creating this huge mountainous crumble of rocks. So what we want to do here, because of the advent location to USM, University of Science Malaysia, we think that this should be where all the core creative and high technological activities are done. So I'm sure all of you are aware Penang also have this diverse cultural heritage, which is one of our intangible heritage that we must protect. On this side, where all the SMEs and of course new innovation will be marketed, developed, exchanged, where you have this array of conference facilities, event arenas, and of course spaces for the entities to work from, and to encourage as one of the other side of the coin, which is empowering global cultural production that somehow can be a new export, or rather an existing export, but on steroids, and with regards to the global reach around the world. So what we want to do is provide multimodal, multidisciplinary district that focusing on arts and those intersections and collaboration between disciplines, hopefully will organically energize the whole creative community. To again support those activities, there will be some development on dwellings. Again, multi-models, dwelling dependent on the market and the target user, and of course, to partially subsidize the development, there will be luxury waterfront properties as well, and where all these economic cross-subsidize each other. So in total, it's a new, vibrant place to be, where arts, young minds come together with the idea of preparing a global product coming from Penang, and try to reposition what used to be a bunch of debris, construction debris, into an energetic master plan. Of course, this is also where the sky cap on the other side from the Penang Central will be land on, integrated with light rail and bus services on the island. And this particular region will be the hotbed of innovation and youth empowerment. Of course, we want to propel a new generation that has a lot of creativity and a lot of opportunities to express themselves and make or build businesses out of that interest and, of course, expertise. And at the end of the day, these collective individual developments will try to bring into a holistic and self-sustaining regions, where some are slightly inclined to improvement of ecology and resiliency, while the other provide job opportunities and new innovation platforms. All in all, this is a good practice to somehow rework on our existing urban fabrics and try to get the best out of them, regardless of the complexity and the challenges on site. And this is a true testament of Malaysia, what Malaysia should be: a cultural hotbed that have rich heritage, but at the same time is at the center of innovations and high-tech endeavors. With that, I thank you. I hope, even though I did not cover the principle of what the future city should be, but there are lessons to be learned out of the demonstrations, how we approach our project from a holistic point of view, not really just talking about the physicality of the urban fabric, or rather the built environment per se, but the effect it has on the possible programs and, of course, economic models that come with it. Economic models are really just a means of transaction that allow us to enjoy dwellings or access to good public space. And of course, what we want to do is to protect the interest of everyone, to make sure that we come out fair and equitable to everyone, to support the endeavor, or to support the initiatives. So with that, thank you so much. I'm not going to be there to answer all the questions, in person or live, but I welcome any questions or query via email, I guess, or any other means that you can, pass through the moderators or the organizers. Thank you so much. I'm looking forward to eventually see some of you or all of you in person one day. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, architect, interior designer, technologist KEYNOTE, for your mind-blowing ideas and presentation. In his speech, he had eloquently outlined how this groundbreaking concept incorporates sustainable architecture, smart technology, and community-centric design. We delve into various of urban solutions that reduce not only congestions, but also enhance green infrastructure initiatives that enhance urban green spaces and the vital importance of inclusivity in city planning. In conclusion, he have illuminated the nuances of these visionary urban concepts, leaving us inspired and equipped to envision cities that are not just resilient, but thriving hubs of innovation and human progress. Ladies and gentlemen, I am to inform you that we have come to the end of our morning session for today. We will stop for a short lunch break and we shall continue our evening session again on 2 p.m. Malaysia time sharp. Please ensure to join our second session this evening since we will be having a special live stream session by our fourth keynote speakers, Dr. ROBBY SOETANTO, streaming live from UK. Ladies and gentlemen, before we end our session today, please enjoy our 2 montage videos specially broadcasted to all of you on your ITM Perak experience in achieving towards a greener campus, as well as our homegrown Master of Green Architecture program that we offered here in UiTM Perak. Please do enjoy the video and see you all again at 2 p.m.
Experiential learning in a green environment at Sri Iskandar merupakan titik mula perjuangan UiTM Cawangan Perak sebagai sebuah universiti lestari menjelang tahun 2025. Usaha lebih sedekat ini telah memberikan manfaat kepada warga kampus, komuniti setempat serta alam sekitar khasnya. Pemindahan ilmu dan teknologi dalam usaha Green Movement ini telah banyak melangkah sejarah dan memberikan impak signifikan dengan ternobatnya UiTM Cawangan Perak sebagai juara keseluruhan Anugerah Kampus Hijau 2021 dan Anugerah Kejiranan Hijau Majlis Daerah Perak Tengah 2019.
Selamat datang ke UiTM Cawangan Perak. Jom nikmati kampus kami.
Producing Master of Science in Green Architecture, AP763. Master of Science in Green Architecture is a structured program specializing in the area of green, technology and sustainability development in built environment, where knowledge in cross disciplines is highly encouraged. program ownership and offered by College of Built Environment, UITM Perak Branch. Start September 2014 to date. Emphasize both practical and theoretical knowledge in green architecture. Certified MQA accreditation.
Hi, my name is Norhisham, and for me, being a postgraduate student has been an absolute roller coaster ride. Because from immersing myself in advanced coursework to delving into the depths of research, every day has been a thrilling adventure. The opportunity to expand my knowledge, challenge my thinking, and engage in meaningful discussion with the lecturers and fellow students and friends has been truly transformative. For me, it's a journey of self-discovery, growth, and also pushing boundaries.
Hi, I'm ABDULLAH. I recently completed my Masters of Science in Green Architecture, a journey that has ignited my passions for sustainability conscious design. So what has inspired me in this field is the opportunity to combine the creativity and sustainability, and I'm excited to implement and use it to make positive impact in the world of architecture, constructions, and also the building, where the sustainability is a driving force for innovation and progress.
Assalamualaikum, good evening, and Salam Malaysia Madani. Distinguished guests and esteemed participants, I'm delighted to welcome you all back to our evening session. I strongly hope that all of you have had a good lunch and are ready for our fascinating evening session. Ladies and gentlemen, we are lucky this evening that we have got our fourth keynote speaker, Dr. Robby Soetanto, to deliver his speech live with us today. Therefore, we got the opportunities to connect and engage with him. For Dr. Robby's session, we are opening the floor for all of our participants for a short question and answer session with Dr. Robby. Should you have any questions to ask Dr. Robby about his presentation, please feel free to drop those questions in the chat box section. Ladies and gentlemen, without further delay, let us proceed with the introduction to our next speaker, Dr. Robby Soetanto. Dr. Robby Soetanto is an esteemed expert in construction innovation management and the Program Director of Construction Engineering Management at Loughborough University, UK. Dr. Soetanto's academic journey began with PhD in Construction Management and Engineering in 2002. He has made a remarkable impact on academia with a Scopus citation count of 894, H-index 17, and a Google Scholar citation record of 2,401, H-index 23, I-10 index 44. In addition to his prolific publication, Dr. Soetanto actively participates in conferences, serves as PhD external examiner, and mentors postgraduate students. His expertise span lean construction, productivity enhancement, BIM technologies, scenario planning, and flood risk mitigation. As principal investigator and co-investigator, he has led projects valued over £2.5 million, funded by prestigious organizations like EPSRC, NERC, EU, HEA, British Council, UKRI, Newton Fund, and GCRF, as well as private companies such as Lloyd, TSB, and Hewlett-Packard. Dr. Soetanto also led the award-winning BIM Hub initiative and received the Premier Award from the CIOB's International Innovation and Research Award in 2014, along with 4 International Best Paper Awards. Currently, he holds the title of Visiting World-Class Professor at Institut Teknologi 10 November, ITS Surabaya, supported by the Ministry of Research, Technology and Higher Education in Indonesia. Dr. Soetanto's research focuses on 2 crucial areas: urban flood resilience through blue-green infrastructure and innovation adoption in construction. His insights are sought after and continues to shape the construction industry with pioneering work. Today, we are honored to have Dr. Robby to share his expertise. His current research interests include digital innovation adoption in construction, disaster and community resilience, flood resilience through blue-green infrastructure, financial instrument for resilient building, and BIM education and learning. Let us now warmly welcome Dr. Robby Soetanto as we eagerly await his speech on the future of digital construction innovation management perspective.
Yeah, thank you for a very nice introduction about me. So in the next half an hour or so, I'm going to share my my sort of idea and perspective on the innovation management. and we are going to venture into the future of digital construction. Sorry, I got problems with the slide apparently, so it's not. Right. Okay. So yes. So as I said, we're going to venture into future. When we ponder into future, we might be wondering, what does it look like? This is an image from Gotham City, Batman. So we see a lot of quite bleak future in terms of degradation of environment and how we kind of live at that time. And the future might looks rather gloom as well. With this is an image from perhaps we know in the Matrix, environment is so damaged, and we live in the world of dreams and within the machinery of the future. Or the future might be bright, might be sustainable, and it look like really a good representation of a garden in the city. This is a city in London, which is very, very, very nice. Or as well, it's a description about future that, there's a sort of a blend, nice blend between the technology, development, which is built environment, and you can see flying cars as well as natural environment, and people live within that environment in harmony. So that sort of future that we'll like perhaps imagine, from sort of bleak future to bright future. And with the future, I'm sure we perhaps have a hint about this sort of few quotation. So I cannot imagine any condition which cause this ship to founder. I cannot conceive any fatal disaster happening to this vessel. Modern ship has gone beyond that. So perhaps you can guess this is from a quote from Captain Smith from Titanic. So with future, we have to consider something that is unthinkable, something that perhaps we never imagined before. And of course, with our venture to the future, we have to consider risk. We see an opportunity to explore future, but also there is a risk, and risk and opportunity always come side by side. So it's not perhaps it's not a very long time ago we have a surprise of the impact of COVID on digital transformation, and there's a lot of discussion that believe that COVID has accelerated digital transformation in the industry. With company are being forced to actually adopt more digital techniques than before. So in the next sort of half an hour, I'm going to talk about the driver of change and emerging disruption in construction future, and we learn about the past, from the BIM implementation in the last sort of 10 years, particularly in the UK, and how that sort of evolved into construction 4.0. And I was lucky enough that I was involved in Deacon project as part of Transforming Construction Challenge initiative in the UK. And then I'm going to talk about innovation management model and how this innovation management model will contribute to, early phase of digital technique adoption. And I'm going to talk about each component of innovation management model and then the way forward for construction 5.0. Right. So in the past sort of 20 years, we have seen a lot of performance improvement agenda suggested by Sir Michael Laptham, construction team. That was 1994. That's 30 years ago. And then you got Egan reports. And then more recent, in the last 10 years, we have a report by Mark Farmer, perhaps Modernism on Die, and also quite recently, 5 years ago, we have Grenfell and incident. And we have a Hackett report, we call it, that is really trying to improve good threat of information, try to improve auditability of information we have. And all these things is about really encouraging us to be, to improve our performance, whether it's about, time, cost, quality, safety, and the idea about, what are the criteria now is expanding even more, given that the issue about climate change now into much more upfront in the construction sector. So we really need to think about sustainability of in anything that we do. So that's at the global stage. But also in Malaysia, we have seen some development in terms of carbon targets, low carbon city framework, which is you both been quite familiar with that. Basically, by 2030, there should be a reduction of 45 reduction of carbon from the baseline years. So this is really have to be integrated within development of 4 elements of the urban environment, urban infrastructure, urban transport, and as well as building. So at project level, we have seen as well performance targets measure in terms of social value. So we are talking about, to what extent that the projects actually contribute to the community, contribute to the local employment, contribute to upscaling the current workforce, the local workforce, and then as well as improving SME spends in that area, and there are other measure that the company has to meet, and the slide that you saw here is I took from real projects that we have in the UK, and this is the sort of thing that construction personnel actually facing. A multiple metrics, multiple targets that they have to attend these days. So what are the driver of change apart from this performance target? So this is a report from McKinsey, and I thought it's still quite appropriate to discuss here. So in the middle there, future industry dynamic is the sort of response that the industry is actually heading towards. But across, in between, you have on the left side, you got changes in market characteristics, and then you have emerging disruption on the right-hand side. So from change in the market characteristics, there are change in the customer demand in terms of more cost pressure and tight public budget, in terms of affordability, increased complexity, high demand for simplified and digital interaction, and sustainability requirement and safety performance. And also from construction input, we have a scarcity of labor. For example, aging population is also an issue for the UK. In terms of market rule and regulation, we have strict regulation on safety, sustainability, changing regulation of modern method of construction. So that's the sort of thing that is happening in the market characteristic. And emerging disruption we have seen is the emergence or more prominent of industrialization methods, modern method of construction, the use of new material, lightweight material, digitalization, which talking about BIM, and then the new entrants. So we have seen technology company and actually into construction now. For example, Google. So Google, Amazon, for example, Amazon has changed the pattern of e-commerce, and we have seen a lot of development, a lot of shift in terms of construction spending. For example, one company in the UK, within 5 years, because of the change in e-commerce of Amazon, they are building much more of warehouse, and this company is specialist in building shed, building warehouse, and we can see within 5 years the turnover actually 5 times increase from the initial from earlier. So all these things actually impacting future industry dynamics. So what the future look like? So it's much more product-based approach. It's much more platform approach, more specializations, value chain control, consolidation. And this is an example of what happened in the aerospace or aerospace industry. In the past, there are a lot of manufacturers, and nowadays, because of a natural kind of development, we have seen perhaps two big players, Boeing and Airbus. So all is consolidated within two big players. So are we in construction heading into consolidation in the similar manner? Something that we have not yet seen, but that's the possibility that we might head to. Investment in technology and facility, we have seen a lot more from new market entrants, big boys, Google's, Amazon, as well as financial company like Goldman Sachs investing in private housing. Investment in human resources, we've seen more emphasis on workforce internalization and sustainability in the forefront. So there are a lot of drivers for change in the next 15 years, and we also see driver of change with the BIM use in the UK was mandated in 2011, and the government said by 2016. All government publicly funded projects over 5 million has to use BIM. And again, similar pattern we got. A lot of the different reports encouraging BIM. They are mostly policy driven, and what we end up with is we call it BIM wedge. And we have seen different level of maturity in the use of building information model, information management in construction from level 0, level 1, level 2, and level 3. What the BIM mandates by 2016 was we have to achieve level 2. What level 2 actually means is file-based collaboration and library management. So that's what level 2 looks like. And basically, it's not just about the technical side of how we collaborate, but also changing culture. Changing culture from traditional design process where we have, we call it over-the-wall collaboration. So the client give an architect's brief, and then the architects develop the brief and develop much more concept design, and then hand it over to structural engineers, and then structural engineers hand it over to quantizer to quantify for different aspect to it. So every single party work in silo, and this is the sort of changing culture that we've seen has been promoted by the use of BIM. And then in terms of data sharing, so we got CDE, Common Data Environment, which basically this is, as a consensus, an agreed way of sharing information, and it's been putting into standard as well. And in education, we also teach our students on collaborative methods in design using BIM approach. So this is from my student on working together in groups, and they have to solve a design problem, work together within the BIM environment. And this is something that we also adopted in the past, and we try with students from between UK and Canada. They collaborate over internet, over long distance. Right, so that's about BIM. So where we are now with BIM, adoption, is it a good news? Something that we would like to ponder. So this is the last report from NBS, National Building Specification, has done BIM report in the last 11 years. The last report was 2021. They have not done it anymore. But yeah, so yeah, it's a very positive view. So we say 71% has from the respondent out of 906 construction professional actually has adopted BIM. So it's 71%, which is very encouraging. Yeah. So what are the trends in the past 10 years? You see a lot of improvement. Yeah. So from the initial mandate in 2011, by the target of 2016, we've seen 54%, and then carry on increasing in the last sort of 3-4 years. We have seen sort of more or less stable within 70%. So high level of adoption, but please do remember who are the respondents of this survey. So it's mostly consultant, 66% of the respondent are consultant, designer, architect. They are the parties who actually most likely use BIM, or most likely to work in BIM anyway. So they are, because that's reflecting the high level of adoption. Whereas a small organization, which perhaps we've seen less than 15 staff in an organization, are less likely to adopt BIM. As 55% response. So yeah, so that's something that I can share from the UK what happened with BIM adoption. And the question now, is it going to be the same trend with construction 4.0? Yeah, so something that we like to see it happening. So looking at how BIM progressed to construction 4.0, and this is much more expansive, much more a complex undertaking. And you have seen in the screen there, different type of technology and digital tool. And we have seen, they are categorized into digital layers, yeah, and then construction layers, something you can see on site, operating, moving, and so forth. So that's, and BIM is central, has a central role within the this new technology, and BIM sort of integrates everything within this technology. But please do bear in mind that the complexity involved is much more, because basically different technology will do their own stuff but also link up together, and we have to be aware of that. The point that I would like to emphasize here, there's a lot of technology that we adopted, perhaps, like sensor and so forth now. It's very much, we have to be mindful that some of them is only as point solution. Point solution means that the solution that is provided is just addressing one particular issue, such as monitoring quality or monitoring progress. Yeah. And it's not integrated. It's not integrated within an ecosystem. So this is something that still work. There's a lot of work to do in terms of integration, in terms of how we have one single technology that actually control different things and be able to integrate different aspects of the work. Right. So if we only emphasize on point solution, means that the solution that we have is very, very much silo. So I was lucky enough to be involved in transforming construction challenges. That was a few years ago, a couple of years ago, finished a couple of years ago, and basically use government targets, construction 2025 targets of lowering 33% of the cost and 50% of time, faster delivery, lowering emission 50%, as well as better export. And then come up industrial strategy 5 years ago, and that's proposing solution of digital techniques, on-site manufacturing, whole life asset performance. And this is the sort of solution that is proposed. So what does it actually end up with? So end up with a prefabrication of component in the factory, where you have seen in the screen there integration of mechanical, electrical aspect of the work with a production of component in the factory settings. And then the panel is going to be assembled in polymetric way, modular way, deliver on site. And some example that happening in the UK, mainly to do with repeatable construction, such as housing. We have seen an innovation called BOKLOK. BOKLOK is a venture between Skanska construction company and IKEA. So IKEA is, we have seen is very, one of the big name in furniture flat pack. Skanska is, a major Swedish construction company, and the joint venture to develop technical BOKLOK in different countries, in Scandinavian and in the UK. We have few hundreds of BOKLOK house. One housing development was in Somerset in the UK. And then we have example of Katerra in the US. Katerra is a platform construction. So platform construction is a set of components that work together in a very well-defined way. So, and it ensures standardization as well as customization. So, and Katerra has developed into a big business in the US until until a couple of years ago. This is an example of bath kits. They can be flat packed into very much concise packaging and then assemble on site, improving different criteria, time, cost, time particular is very, very much encouraging to see here. So, so what does it look like then in terms of value? So we try to capture value. What does this approach of offset approach in Malaysia, you call it industrial building system, industrial spacing system. So that's what does it look like, and in terms of value. And if we actually mapping value across value chains from development, design, engineering, supply of material component, manufacturing of the material component, and then offset construction and assembly on the top here. And then try to distribute the value across these different stages and compare between, traditional construction and, offsite, modern method of construction. We have seen shift of value. shift of value. So the one in the red here is a value that is at risk, from traditional to much more modern prefab offsite construction. And then the value that is shifted for offsite construction is here much higher. So the value shifted from the red here to actually to the blue here, yeah, and then the total kind of value generated or shifted is actually between 40 to 45%. So in the UK, this is value at 80 billion pound, yeah, based on last year figures, which is quite very significant. So what this figure suggests is, if the trend to offsite construction methods proceed in the future, there will be much less traditional methods, of course, but that means less work, yeah, for traditional contracting, and there's much more work for manufacturing, construction manufacturing, yeah. So there will be a shift in terms of the workforce demand in that kind of area. However, yeah, so case with in the past, we've seen a case of Ronan Point. So this is a failure of sites, and which has a catastrophic impact, and public perception on what is modular is about, has been tarnished because of this incident. That was in 1968. Modular construction that is seen as a solution to housing crisis. But there's a safety issue that modular construction has to address, and that's shape public opinion. And 2 years ago, we have seen the demise of Katera. So Katera, multi-billion, business in the US, basically go bankrupt, insolvent. As well as in the UK, I think a few months ago, we have seen modular, housing factory has stopped production. And this housing factory was funded by Legal & General. Legal & General is big insurance company that develop ventures into housing, modular housing. So what caused this kind of issue that we've seen? Yeah. So basically, it's shifting from traditional site construction to factory-based production, means increased overheads. Yeah. So that's the things that we have to bear in mind. And that's rely on consistent demand for relatively standard item. Yeah. But in contrast, construction client often wants a bespoke building. Yeah. So and therefore lack of consistent demand. So once the demand is interrupted or fluctuated, then the factories that require bigger overhead, big overhead is run into problems, right? And also with repeatability of housing sectors, planning in the UK is important for housing development, and sometimes the process of planning could be very onerous, yeah, and the delay would interrupt the demand, of course, the delay of the planning, because if you don't get the planning permission, you cannot build, and if you cannot build means the order decrease, and therefore there is lack of demand. So you have seen there's a solution, but when we look at the solution and how the solution address problems, that is time and cost and quality and so forth, we have to remember there must be some sort of other factors, particularly on the business side, that we have to consider here. Right. So we talk about few thing about modular. Now, how about digital techniques? So construction 4.0, they are, in literature as well as in the industry, people have been talking about construction 4.0. They are good example, use case, example, but in terms of penetration, in terms of adoption, I think it's still quite low. And this is the issue that, we still have to address if we would like to ensure widespread use of the technology. Yeah. So what are the barriers? Resources, mainly high cost, training, a culture issue about data-driven culture. Yeah. So how we can use data for performance improvement, we not get used to it, as well as people barrier is people issues such as resistant to change, fear of change, as well as lack of leadership from the client perhaps, and SMEs don't know where to start really. So there is no implementation framework. So if we all agree, that digital construction is good, really the issue is, is the challenge is how we address the detail. What do people need to do? How they can do it? Even, we cannot see any clarity between professionals in terms of what they need to do. And this is continuing to be a barrier for small organizations. That's the survey from NBS. So they are sort of interesting movement on that. And innovation management has a place here in terms of how we manage the process. Yeah, how we manage the process of development of the idea of invention into workable solution that address the need of adopters. So that's the sort of innovation management approach that we would like to, to discuss here. So particularly, I would like to focus on early phases of innovation process, where you identify problems and generate idea. We have a term called horizon scanning, identify possibility of innovation, technology, and market opportunity. But the scope is uncertain, requirements still uncertain. The process pretty much non-linear and iterative, and will require decision making from involving multiple stakeholders. So we call the first phases of innovation process is fuzzy front end because of the unpredictable, unstructured, and risky. And it's an area of weakness within innovation process, within innovation management. The real question, now, how can innovation management facilitate adoption of construction 4.0? Yeah, particularly during initial phase of innovation process. So I'd like to propose this framework, this conceptual model that is, have 4 components. One is, capability stages, construction 4.0 capability stages, and then you have future scenario, and then you have skill management and business model. So there are relationship between those 4. So basically, future scenario provide inspiration of what the future would like to achieve, and capability stage giving you stage of development. Yeah. So maturity, and then it will require skill management to embed the capability, and the skill will enable future aspiration. The business model, capability stage will impact of your offering, because business model is about emphasizing on value, and the value is generated from the capabilities. Yeah. So the business model will enable the achieving inspired future, and the business model is something that are responding to the markets. this is a not prescriptive model, but this is sort of the model that allow us to think about, what kind of thing that we need to look at, what kind of thing that we need to be aware of in the early stage of innovation process. So as part of DECON projects, we did some, I and my team did some, data collections, interview, literature review, workshop, focus groups, and so forth to develop these 4 approaches. So I'm not going to go into detail, but we do some survey, we do some interview, we do focus groups, involving professional, looking at different aspects of innovation, digitalization, construction 4.0. Some findings that I would like to briefly talk about, from interview, we categorize into themes, themes, barrier, driving force, policy, business model, and from there we conflate into 2 main uncertainty, that is integration and collaboration on one side, and then innovation and R&D in the other side, and there are some overlaps. And this is, these 2 key uncertainty were used to build our scenario. The scenario here, where we use 2-axis approaches, and we come up with 4 scenario. And 4 scenario, one scenario that we like to promote here is utopia transformation, which is about a situation where we have R&D, higher innovation and R&D, as well as higher integration and collaboration. And other scenario have different characteristics. For example, lonely investment, you got, if there is a fragmentation, isolation in the industry, but high innovation and R&D. And then you have cheap combination, which is low innovations and R&D, as well as high integration and collaboration. So, and then bleak segregation is probably the worst. You got high fragmentation and low innovation and R&D. So, we kind of, based on this 4 scenario, we develop, we call it dominant driver. And dominant driver characterize the scenario. Characterize the scenario. So it's moving from one side, one scenario to another, will require certain things to happen. So so for example, utopia transformation, we have an investment, like an investment in utopia transformation. The investment is bottom up and top down. From bottom up from the government to the public, whereas bottom up is from the companies, that work together with private and public sectors. Whereas in lonely investment, for example, is the investment is only from top down from the government, whereas the lack of bottom up investment from the private sectors. And what we like to encourage within scenario is to think about what kind of action, what kind of strategy that we can move from lonely investment to utopia transformation. So there are a lot of permutation here, which are fairly complex, and perhaps it's not. We have no time to actually go into every single detail of this. So that scenario, and then technology capability phase. We develop 3 stages. First stage is island of technology, which is mainly point solution, and then technology enrichment, which is integrating edge computing. So which is allowing inputs from productivity to calculate input from workforce in terms of time, using IoT network to actually be integrated with the output, which is really actually the outcome of the first stage. So it's monitoring outputs, and then stage 2 is, as well as output, we can integrate with the inputs by having digital edge computing capability. Yeah, and then the stage 3 is data-driven transformation. So this is, not just input and output, but also allowing prediction of performance. So this is where the area of artificial intelligence and machine learning come into places. So we've seen these 3 progression within the technology adoption phases. So in terms of business model, so the business model is about how we create value and how we capture, deliver and capture values. Example is Rolls-Royce, where we have power by hour. So the jet engine that been produced by Rolls-Royce only get paid by the number of hours it is used. And then Skype, some of the business model, Amazon again, bringing customer and producer together. Uber, you've seen example of new business model allowed by the technology, digital technology. And we've seen a shift in business model innovation, value. We really like to see, we have to move from silo, but in fact, we have seen value ecosystem, how each party within the ecosystem actually work together and generate value from that. And also paradigm shift, we call it servitization. Yeah. So instead of selling goods, you are selling a service. And of course, there are other approaches, other aspect of the production that have to change because of the servitization. So instead of producing goods, you are producing a service. So in construction, so how that's actually change, in terms of business model, how the business model will change from contracting and developer approaches, traditional model to new business model allowed by digital technology. And what I try to do here to dissect, business model in terms of their element, from value creation, value delivery, and value capture, and then value proposition, value capability, and then how we generate value revenue from that. So in this sort of dissection of business model element, so the value capture here, is the most important one. We've seen three kind of different potential direction. One is integrated integration of this from, let's say, from early design, technical design, construction, maintenance within a company. And this is the the remit of the big players in the industry, major contract construction company, for example, they do these things. And then second value capture, we call it specialist role as manufacturing assembly manager, system integration. So that's the new role created by the digital technology. And the third potential direction is servitization, which is technology as a service model. So this is the sort of thing that will have emerged and starting to emerge and even more stronger. So in terms of performance improvement, I've seen, I like to focus on performance improvement here, and the most relevant aspect is servitization business model here. So based on the scenario, based on the capability phases, we develop along the progression of different business model. So technology as a service, which is associated with island of technology, which is very much a point solution. So point solution only provide one type of solution, for example, like computer visions to capture or to capture quality, product quality, which is really an output. Whereas platform as a service, technology enrichment actually expand into not just an output, but also input. Like, for example, can monitor or can capture workforce activity. And if you are talking about productivity, productivity is a ratio between output and input. And if we can get an output from computer vision and productivity data or the workforce activity, as an input. So we got output and input, we can calculate productivity. And this is the platform as a service is about. And then future is data-driven transformation. This is really, or big data analytics as a service, which is really about prediction. So how we predict, what the future look like, if what the output, the productivity look like if we, intervene. Will be provided or could be provided as a transition by highly unlikely that construction company as they operate now will be able to develop this capability very soon. So instead, there is a require collaboration with technology company here, to allow this to happen. So in terms of skill, skill is rather tricky here, but the skill for construction 4.0 really mainly fall into soft and hard skill. And hard skill is the data science bit, the programming, the STEM aspect to it, and how you use, operate with software. Whereas soft skill has been singled out as the main problem in the, main problem in the industry, that we have not really developed soft skill enough. So that's something that we need to develop. So how we can enabling skill for construction 4.0? So upscaling workforce within innovation system, soft skill develop, perhaps would be best developed on the job training. We have seen an increased supply of workforce from non-construction education, such as from maths or physics, data science, and avoid knowledge experience gaps due to digital diverse by using reverse mentorship. So we partner sort of more older construction professional with the young people who actually more familiar with technology. The mentoring, the exchange of knowledge will happen between the digital knowledge and construction knowledge, and how we can integrate that. And also human technology partnership. There are technology such as AI that really, we shouldn't avoid AI or fear of AI. In fact, you have to work together with AI to enable more efficiency. Right. So some of the recommendation from looking at these 4 different aspects of the model. So first is nurture innovation climate from the lowest level, and that's from individual level, organization, innovation ecosystem, from local to regional. Second is we need to start with problem, and then devise solution, not the other way around. The use case that we've seen, successful use case, there's a lot of opportunity, a lot of different solutions, but we have to make sure what are the problems that we are facing. So it's not, the solution should not determine the activity, but the problem should determine the solution. We need to appreciate the role of innovation champion. Innovation champion promote innovation in organization, and they make things happen. So any organization should have innovation champion to allow this transformation to take place. Adopt holistic approaches, perspective, so not just looking in silo, but also looking at innovation ecosystem. So how company can work together. Highlight client leadership in procurement process. So at the end of the day, the client has a major contribution to ensure stream demand of work, I think in the UK, government public demand of construction work is quite significant, and the idea about transferring construction network is to promote continuity of demand. Yeah. So with continuity of demand, the construction industry can plan ahead and integrate investment, integrate innovation and investment. Lastly is collaborate with supply chain, other industry players, particularly technology company. There are a lot of startup. Startup, will work together with the construction company, and this is the sort of thing that will happen more and more. So what the future look like, and to wrap up all these things, construction future is about, dealing with human, dealing with how we integrate sustainability within the things that we do here. And this is the idea about construction 5.0. Yeah. So it's more about how we take human into account, how we emphasize on involvement of human, and to build up, to promote sustainable development, yeah, and achieving sustainable development goals. And at the end of the day, construction 4.0, improving efficiency and effectiveness, but what does it actually mean for human? And this is the sort of area that will emerge in the future in terms of how we bring in efficiency and how we assess or embed this efficiency for human, for the benefit of human, and as part of the theme of the conference is promoting sustainability, promoting green, yeah, and construction 5.0 is actually the means to actually addressing those aspects, and there's a lot of work that need to be done in this case. So so towards the end of my presentation, I'd like to acknowledge contribution support from different party here, from funding, from industry collaborations, all the participants, as well as my team as well here. So Danny Murgia, Mike Siegel, Anil, and Chris Goodyear helping me in these projects. And thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Robby Soetanto, for your outstanding presentation. You had eloquently outlined how digital technologies from building information modeling BIM to AI-driven construction are revolutionizing project efficiency and sustainability. We delve into the role of a lean construction principle, productivity enhancement, and scenario planning in adapting to this digital era. Your talk has left us not only informed, but also inspired to continue exploring the frontiers of construction innovation and to be part of this transformative wave. And now, let us move to our Q&A session. So this Q&A session should last for approximately 15 minutes. So we can now begin with the first questions. So please, esteemed participant and audience, should you have any question, you can now post your question at the chat box section. Is there any question from the audience? If there is no question from the audience, I'm just going to proceed with the question that I'm having in my hand right now. So, Dr. Robby, hello.
Hello.
So, the first question is, when looking retrospectively at the course of history, it is easy to see how technology has helped build products and ultimately the places and structures that shape the modern world. The question is, what can construction expect from Industry 4.0?
Yeah, it's really good question. Thank you. What we can expect is a transformation. It is about data-driven culture. Yeah, data-driven culture. So in the past, we have seen how we develop, and a lot of things that in our decision making is mainly based on heuristics, without any evidence. It just we follow our instinct mostly. But given the emergence of construction 4.0, there are a lot of opportunity that are given to us. And particularly, we need to nurture our data-driven culture. So any decision that we made should be based on the data. And the capability is there. It's just, how we can actually scale up the adoption in the industry. So in my model, we have seen, so in the first phase, we have seen a silo solution, point solution, where mainly based on the outputs, output of the activity, such as monitoring quality using computer vision, or or capturing level outputs, production outputs. And then as we move on to the second stage, so which is using platform as a service business model, basically offering more integrated opportunity, not just monitoring the output, but also the input. So we can capture input from the workforce, using IoT technology, sensor to see, how much time the workforce actually put the effort into the production system. So by having integrating output and input, we will be able to monitor a productivity level, a productivity level. So if we expand further, even further, we can have a simulation and prediction, whereby from a collection of data across a number of projects over a long period of time, we will be able to predict, and use the data for forecasting, for simulation. What if simulation? And this is the way it is heading. So based on the data, we have, from silo point solution, we expand into much more integrated, with integrating different input and outputs, and then based on a number of projects over a long period of time, we can actually develop simulation on prediction. So all is about data. So data is new oil. So new oil, something that everything is based on data these days, and this is made possible by construction 4.0. And in my presentation as well, I mentioned, where is it heading? So in construction 4.0, we focus on efficiency, effectiveness on what we do, but ultimately that will, what that actually bring to human, for us, in terms of our well-being, in terms of our focus on sustainability, of a future. So that's the sort of thing that construction 5.0 actually bring into the plate. So that's where we are heading, and the opportunity are given by construction 4.0. So that's my answer to your question. Is that
Thank you very much, Dr. Robbie. That's a very clear answer for the first question that we're having right now. Okay, so now we are moving to the second question. So this time the question is coming from the audience. So the question is, Doctor, in your opinion, does our industry current transformation of construction 4.0 reach its stability, and are we ready to move on to construction 5.0?
Construction 4.0 is an opportunity given by the advance of technology. The technology, a technology advancement that we have, and possibility that is given. So what I've seen here, a lot of example, use case, yeah, success story, and widespread is still questionable. It has to be appropriate for the problem in hand. Whether we're ready to move to construction 5.0 is something that I think we will have to do. So construction 4.0 and construction 5.0 is construction 4.0 is a continuation, but I think it has to be blended within the progress itself. So and there are a lot of forces that make us actually embracing or addressing wider issues such as sustainability, yeah, and an issue about welfare, issue about well-being of of construction industry, construction workers, perhaps that's becoming even more prevalent these days as as a performance construction targets, construction metrics that we have to fill in. So there are two different things. One is because the technology, the opportunity given of technology, and how we can take up. And construction 4.0 and on the other side is really about how we can make our life better. How can we make sure our sustainable future? Yeah, so that's a different thing. But I think given the forces of climate change and issue about human particularly in relation to different aspect of related to workforce, I think construction 5.0 is something that we have to bring into our thinking, our strategy for the future.
Yes. Right. I hope the answer from Dr. Robby answers the question by Madam Siti Nurhisham Muhammad Noor. Okay, so now we are moving into the final question, yeah, Dr. Robby. The final question is, BIM is supported by various tools, technologies, and contract. What are the main actions of these technology, and what are their most common application relation with construction 4.0 technologies?
So can you repeat the last questions?
The last question is, BIM is supported by various tools, technologies, and contract. What are the main actions of these technologies, and what are their most common application relation with construction 4.0 technologies?
Yeah, it's still developing. I think it's still developing. BIM as a tool, integrate information. Integrate information. I'll give you example. Assembly of prefabricated construction projects. Yeah. So and use sensor. Yeah. Sensor is placed within within panels. Yeah, panel, and you can actually place the sensor in the panel from the factory, and you will be able to monitor how this panel progress from the factory, how it has been prepared for transport, and how and when it's arrived on site, and when it arrives on site, when is it going to be assembled, and all the minor detail you can capture these days with a sensor. So sensor is a very much small device. I've got example of sensor. That's a sensor. It's a small device. Yeah. So that's a sensor. So you can attach this into panel. Yeah. And if you capture this information in real time, you can actually integrate within BIM. Yeah. So you can see how project progress in real time. And if you link up with program, of course, you can monitor program, monitor between the plan and the actual. And also, if you link up with the cost of each component, you can actually monitor the cost and how the cost progress against the plan, the plan budget. So that's the sort of thing that you could do with 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 construction 0.0 with sensor as you integrate with BIM. So the BIM itself is central here because without BIM you won't be able to see the building as it progresses. Application wise, there are the things that I'm talking about has been trial. They are then still not perfect, but in terms of wider adoption, something that we will have to we'll have to see further. Yeah, we have to see further. I mean, BIM application generally, a lot of projects are still ongoing. Yeah, so BIM application could range from anything to do with 4D, 5D. Class detection is the most common one, and also with a 3D model, you can use 3D model for visualization and so forth. So at the end of the day, it's about application. It's about how the technology is being used by the party in the construction process. That's the things, and also it's about cultural change, about how we collaborate. It's difficult, it's challenging. Yeah. So, but still work in progress, I believe. And the opportunity is there. It's just up to us to take the opportunity and use it appropriately for our benefit. Yeah, that's my answer.
Dr. Robby, since just now you are showing the small sensor that you're showing on the screen right now, just now, so can you just briefly explain what is the function of that sensor in actual use?
The function of the sensor, the sensor is it has a battery, small battery, and it lasts between a year to 5 years, depending on how thick is your sensor. This is probably about a year, has about 1 year life. The thicker the sensor, they put a lot of battery into it, a bigger battery. So sensor is it's a small, really small processor. It has different capability, such as sensoring or capturing information on temperature, in terms of humidity, in terms of shock. Yeah. You got gyroscope. Gyroscope is monitoring momentum. If the component, the component is dropped. Yeah, the component is dropped, it shocks and it monitor when it's dropped. So you can actually see, how the impact of failure handling actually impact on the quality. And it is also location based. You can monitor where where the component or anything that you tag with sensor is located, in the world. Yeah, so you're not limited by space here. Anywhere in the world, you can monitor with sensor, as long as you go appropriate gateway and you have appropriate internet connection. You can be able to see what happened there. So an example of sensor is your mobile phone. Yeah, in your mobile phone you can know temperature, humidity. You can know all sort of information. They could be up to 10 different environmental factors that you can capture with sensor. The limit is endless. So yeah, that's a sensor. What sensor is about. It's very clever tool actually, and that's what we have in terms of development. Future we call it nano sensor. So nano sensor is something that is built within concrete construction material, and it can generate its own energy by capturing temperature, the heat in the ambient environment. And it doesn't need battery, so it lasts almost as long as the component or the things, the goods that we are using. Yeah. So that's answer.
Thank you very much, Dr. Robby Soetanto. Again, that is a very attentive and very informative answers from you. Thank you very much again, Doctor, for your time spent with us, live with us to try to interact with us with all the questions that given just now. Thank you very much again, Doctor.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Iriani, and thank you for listening to your presentation. If you have any further question, please do contact me. I'll give you my email address at the end of my slides. So please do contact if you have any question for further collaboration or further problems that you would like to discuss with me. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the conference organizer as well for inviting me to be a keynote speaker in this conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, so let's move forward to our next speaker for today. So it is my pleasure to introduce you to our next speaker, which is Technologies Muhammad Farid Hamid. Technologies Muhammad Farid Hamid is the General Manager at Safety and Health, Environment and Quality Department under the Construction Technology Sector in Construction Industry Development Board Malaysia, CIDB. He is the alumni of Mara University of Technology Malaysia with bachelor's degree in Business Management, Marketing Honours. He joined CIDB on secondment from CIDB E-Construct Services Sdn Berhad, CIDB EC. His first posting at CIDB was lead the Environmental Sustainable Unit. Prior to that, Technologies Farid Hamid was the General Manager of CIDB E-Construct Services Sdn Berhad, a subsidiary company of CIDB Malaysia. As part of the team entrusted by CIDB to fulfill the Productivity Trust in the Construction Industry Transformation Program 2016 to 2020, Technologies Farid managed the various projects and development to help the industry to embrace Building Information Modeling BIM. CIDB EC is currently managing CIDB My BIM Center Malaysia, the BIM Training and Reference Center established to provide the knowledge avenue and learning base for BIM. Beside My BIM Center, CIDB EC is also engaged in the creation of My BIM Library, the free-for-use National BIM Object Library and National BIM E-Submission, MBAS, the Building Code Auto-Checker for 3D Building Plan submission to local authority. Technologies Farid is currently involved at working level and policy level to ensure the delivery of all the KPIs under CIDB strategic plan, safety, health, sustainability, and quality agenda, engage the industry to encourage sustainable, safe, quality construction in Malaysia by means of development programs, training, accreditation, talks, and seminars. Technologies Farid involvement in the technology field came from long working experience with Mesiniaga Berhad, IBM's agent in Malaysia as the Managing Director of Hypertech Memory Malaysia, and as an IT business entrepreneur in delivering IT services, software, integration, and change management services to the industry. Ladies and gentlemen, without further delay, let us be inspired by Technologies Muhammad Farid Hamid with his keynote speech entitled Malaysia's Sustainable Construction Journey.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and esteemed colleagues, I am Muhammad Farid bin Abdul Hamid on behalf of Puan Zainora, the Senior General Manager of CIDB. I am here to deliver her speech, a keynote speech on the title of Malaysian Sustainable Construction Journey. It is a great honor to be standing before you today to discuss a topic that concerns all of us in the construction industry and beyond. Sustainability has become a defining principle for the global construction industry. It demands that we strike a delicate balance between meeting our present needs and ensuring a sustainable and prosperous future for generations to come. In Malaysia, we have recognized the urgency and significance of sustainable construction. We understand that it is not merely a trend or buzzword, but an absolute necessity. Our construction industry is responsible for shaping the built environment upon which we depend, plays a critical role in this movement. The Construction Industry Development Board Malaysia has been at the forefront of this journey, working tirelessly to create a future where sustainable construction is not just an aspiration but a reality. First and foremost, before we continue on sustainable construction, let me first provide an overview on green technology adoption in Malaysia and its history. Malaysia began to recognize the importance of environmental conservation and sustainable development in the 1990s. Throughout the year 2000, during this period, various environmental laws and regulations were introduced, laying the foundation for future green technology efforts. In July 2009, the government launched the National Green Technology Policy, NGTP, as policy framework to promote the development and adoption of green technology. This policy was aimed to integrate general green technology into various sectors of the economy and encourage sustainable practices. In 2010, the Malaysian Green Technology Corporation, or Green Tech Malaysia, was established as a government agency under the Ministry of Energy, Green Technology and Water to spearhead the development and adoption of green technology across sectors. Green Tech's development marked a more coordinated and focused approach to green technology promotion. 2010 also marks the establishment of the Green Technology and Climate Change Policy at ministerial level to facilitate the coordination among government ministries, agencies, the private sectors, and the key stakeholders on green initiatives. The Council is supported by a steering committee to formulate policies, identify strategic issues, coordinates, monitors, and evaluates the development of the National Green Technology Policy and green technology programs at national level. In the same year, the first edition of International Green Tech and Eco Products Exhibition and Conference Malaysia, IGEM, was held and Green Technology Financing Scheme, GTFS, was launched to provide initiatives for green technology. In line with the National Green Technology Policy, NGTP, Green Tech Malaysia developed the Low Carbon Cities Framework, LCCF, in 2011 to guide cities and townships towards sustainable development to reduce carbon emission. The document can be used by stakeholders in cities, townships, or even neighborhoods to measure the impact of their development decisions in terms of carbon emissions and abatement. In 2012, My Hijau Mark as a guide in procurement of products and services was approved by Green Technology and Climate Change Council. The guide serves as the government recognition for products and services that has been certified green and complied with the national or international environmental standard. It is also an initiative to promote the sourcing and purchasing of green products and services in Malaysia. In 2013, the Ministry of Energy, Green Technology and Water launched My Hijau Directory for government green procurement. My Hijau Directory carries the complete list of products and services providers certified by My Hijau Mark, categorized in detailed information and descriptions. The directory is to serve as a source of reference for ministries, agencies, and companies in making green purchasing decisions. In the 2014 national budget, the government announced green initiatives for the adoption of green technology, namely the Green Investment Tax Allowance, GITA, for the purchase of green technology equipment and/or assets, and Green Income Tax Exemption, GITE, for the provision of green technology services. In 2015, the government through Green Tech Malaysia started to develop strategic actions for state governments and organizations as part of NGTP deployment. The Green Technology Master Plan GTMP was launched at iGEM 2017. Developed by the Ministry of Energy, Green Technology and Water, KETA, it creates a framework to facilitate the mainstreaming of green technology into Malaysia's development plans. GTMP focuses on 6 key sectors, namely energy, manufacturing, transportation, building, waste, and water, harmonizing the policy's direction for each sector towards the common goal of creating a low-carbon and resource-efficient economy. After a successful GTFS program, Green Tech Malaysia developed an enhanced GTFS 2.0, which includes energy services companies as new category of eligible applicants to support investment or assets related to energy efficient and or energy performance contracting. Since GTFS was produced in 2010, no less than 28 financial institutions have begun participating in the program. In October 2012, Green Tech Malaysia was rebranded as Green Technology and Climate Change Center, or MGTC, with an expanded portfolio that includes spearheading climate action for the nation. MGTC will act as a hub for climate change data, policy analysis, reporting and monitoring, coordination of climate change and green technology for the Ministry of Environment and Water. Cross-industry and sector programs were drafted to fill up the ecosystem of green technology journey in Malaysia. At the same time, the construction industry has also been through its own maturity journey to complement the country's sustainability landscape. In the early years before green technology embarks in Malaysia, energy efficiency agenda evolved over time in response to various factors including economic growth, urbanization, energy security concerns, and global sustainability trends. Energy efficiency awareness begins to grow, prompting more stakeholders to explore ways to reduce energy consumption since 1975 well into the 1990s. In response, the government has seriously placed programs promoting the country's energy efficiency in the 7th Malaysian Plan 1996 to 2000. Focusing on construction industry in 2001, the first code of practice on energy efficiency and use of renewable energy for non-residential buildings, Malaysian Standards MS 1525, was developed, which provides guidance on the effective use of energy, including the application of renewable energy in new and existing non-residential buildings. This guideline was then revised several times, and the latest revision was on 2019. In 2004, the Low Energy Office Building, or LEO building, was designed as the head office for the Ministry of Energy, Water and Communication Malaysia, KETA, which is located in Putrajaya. The LEO building was the first building in Malaysia where a series of comprehensive energy efficiency measures were incorporated in architecture and NME systems, including Building Management System, BMS, and Comprehensive Energy Management. While low energy building emphasized on energy conservation, Malaysia again established the Green Energy Building that emphasizes on the diversification of energy resources. The Green Energy Geo Building is a pioneering office building designed to become the country's first zero energy office, or ZEO building, formerly known as the Pusat Tenaga Malaysia (PTM) ZEO building. It is currently housing Green Tech Malaysia since 2021. ZEO building means the building will consume no more electricity than it can produce via the building integrated solar PV system. This highly energy efficient and innovative building was commissioned in November 2007 and initially achieved an energy index of 64 kilowatts hour per meter square per year without solar PV, and 35 kilowatts per hour per meter square per year with solar PV, or 15% of the consumption of a typical office building. As awareness about environmental issues, climate change and resource depletion increases, stakeholders in Malaysia construction sector begin to realize that focusing solely on energy efficiency is not enough. They understand the need to adopt a more holistic approach to building design and construction. The transformation from energy efficiency and green energy trends to sustainable construction in Malaysia is a natural progression, driven by the recognition that energy efficiency is just one component of broader sustainable development goals. The concept of sustainable construction encompasses various aspects beyond energy efficiency, such as water conservation, material selection, indoor air quality, waste reduction, and site planning. The trend shifts toward incorporating these factors alongside energy efficiency measures. Even though the sustainability agenda trend is transitioned by other trends, there are other initiatives related to environmental sustainability that has been done to support and protect the need for sustainable development. The Act 127, or Environment Quality Act, where environment impact analysis or EIA requirements on new developments was implemented since 1984 by the Development of Environment. Under this Act, the need to conduct EIA study was imposed on 36 critical activities. By adopting EIA, potential environmental impacts from a development project that might have on surrounding environment, including air, water, soil, and ecosystem, can be identified early in the planning stage, and measures can be taken to minimize or mitigate negative effects on the environment. Another significant milestone in the construction sustainability journey is the adoption of the Industrialized Building System, IBS, which involves prefabricated components and off-site construction methods. This approach reduces material waste, improves construction efficiency, and enhances building quality. By embracing IBS, we have taken significant steps towards sustainable and efficient construction practices. IBS agenda started with the first pilot project by the government, the Pekeliling flats constructed using IBS system way back in 1964. Subsequently, CIDB took on the role of leading and driving the IBS agenda with the execution of the first IBS strategic plan in 1999. Since then, our efforts have continued to ensure the successful implementation of IBS technology in our construction projects. Upon reflecting on the efforts made in ensuring fair access to suitable and comfortable living conditions, it is worth noting that the Ministry of Local Government Development, KPKT, has recently developed the National Affordable Housing Policy, or NAHP. This policy serves as a subsidiary to the National Housing Policy 2018 to 2025 and provides a framework for defining standards, specification, and pricing for affordable housing. It serves as a valuable resource for the development of affordable housing that is both livable and secure. The policy also outlines the important aspects for high-rise and landed affordable housing categories, including considerations such as the build-up area, quality home standard, development technology, and public amenities. In the middle of this year, National Council for Local Government, MNKT, has endorsed the mandate for the requirement for private projects with a value of 50 million ringgits and above, with a minimum of gross floor area GFA of 50,000 meters square to achieve at least a score of 70 in IBS. Recognizing the importance of construction waste management, CIDB Malaysia published the Guidelines for Construction Waste Management in 2008, outlining the best practices and strategies for minimizing waste generation, promoting recycling, ensuring proper disposal of construction waste. It emphasized the need for responsible and sustainable waste management throughout the construction process. The publication of the Standard on Energy Efficiency for Residential Buildings, MS1525, in 2007 was a significant milestone. This standard sets clear guidelines and benchmarks for energy efficient design and construction in the residential sector. It laid the foundation for promoting energy efficiency and reducing carbon emissions in the built environment. As a component of sustainability, a part of that standard was endorsed as a bylaw 38A in 2012. This endorsement mandated compliance with energy efficiency requirements for new buildings and renovation. Bylaw 38A served as a critical and crucial regulatory framework, ensuring that energy efficient practices were integrated into construction projects across the country. The commitment is further demonstrated through the integration of sustainable construction practices into policies and guidelines. Malaysia has incorporated sustainable construction principles into various strategic documents, including the Construction Industry Master Plan, Low Carbon Cities Framework, National Green Technology Master Plan, and Malaysia Low Carbon Cities Master Plan. These documents emphasize the importance of sustainability in construction and guided our actions towards a greener built environment. Recognizing the importance of sustainable urban development, Malaysia launched the Low Carbon Cities Framework (LCCF) in 2011. The LCCF provides guidelines and strategies for cities to reduce carbon emissions and transition towards low carbon development. It focuses on areas such as energy efficiency, waste management, and public transportation, highlighting our commitment to creating environmentally responsible and resilient cities. To promote renewable energy generation, Malaysia implemented the Feed-in Tariff or FIT mechanism in 2011. This mechanism incentivizes the production of renewable energy by promoting guaranteed payments to renewable energy producers, including solar, biomass, and small hydropower projects. By supporting renewable energy, we are reducing our reliance on conventional energy sources and contributing to a greener energy mix. As mentioned earlier, the Green Technology Tax Incentive was introduced in 2014. The program aims to provide industry with an option of two available incentives. Companies seeking to acquire qualifying green technology assets listed under the My Hijau directory, or those undertaking qualifying green technology projects for businesses or own consumption, including constructing sustainable buildings, may apply for the Green Investment Tax Allowance or GITA. The Green Income Tax Exemption is available for qualifying green technology service provider companies listed under the My Hijau directory. By offering these financial benefits, the government aims to motivate the industry players to prioritize sustainable construction practices and greatly help companies prioritize long-term benefits over short-term gains. Besides this government green incentive, the government has also introduced GTFS as a special financing scheme to support the development of green technology in Malaysia. It was proposed by the Right Honourable Prime Minister of Malaysia during the tabling of the 2010 budget with a total financing amount of 1.5 billion ringgit. Subsequently, in Budget 2013, the Prime Minister announced that the fund of GTFS will be increased to 2 billion ringgit and the application period extended for another 3 years, ending 31st December 2015. During the Budget of 2016 speech on 23rd of October 2015, the Prime Minister again announced the extension of the implementation period of the Green Technology Financing Scheme, GTFS, until 31st December 2017. As part of the effort to ensure continuous support towards green technology project, the Ministry of Finance has agreed that the recommendation proposed by the Ministry of Energy, Science, Technology, Environment and Climate Change, MESTEC, with several enhancements and improvements to the scheme known as GTFS 2.0. Ladies and gentlemen, buildings consumes approximately 50% of the electricity produced in the world. As a result, buildings, whether commercial, institutional or residential, are accountable for approximately 30% of the greenhouse gas emissions in the world. The majority of emissions come from burning fossil fuels to operate buildings, while the remaining comes from the manufacturing of materials as well as operations and long-term maintenances. Therefore, in 2016, CIDB launched Malaysian Carbon Reduction and Environmental Sustainability Tool, or MICRES. MICRES was developed to be a holistic environmental sustainability tool which gives consideration to the whole life cycle of the building, from planning, design, construction, operation, and maintenance all the way until demolition. MICRES was established on a performance-based objective, which is to emphasize the role of operations as well as a tool that can qualify the resultant impact on the environment, including carbon emissions within the built environment. Given that carbon emissions is not the only index or matrix of sustainability, the assessment system also extends to address the socio-economic aspect of sustainability holistically along with its net benefits. As a government-owned rating tool, MICRES was developed to be in line with the aims of Low Carbon City Framework, LCCF, which references to our National Low Carbon City Program by Ministry of Natural Resources, Environment and Climate Change, or NRECC. The development of MICRES should be seen as addressing the need for performance-based standards in green building design, construction and operations in order to provide a framework linking sustainability indicators to carbon emission criteria. It serves not only to mitigate climate change but also to balance these concerns with more holistic social and governance concern and the goals of sustainable development. To emphasize the sustainable development needs in the construction industry, the Works Ministry Department, or JKR, has mandated that projects worth 50 million ringgit and above must be assessed by MICRES from 2016 onwards, and later updated the mandate for projects worth 20 million and above starting 2021. Besides creating the awareness for sustainability development through various mediums since 2015 and the project assessment, CIDB also recognized the need for capacity building within the industry. At present, there are more than 500 accredited MICRES facilitators produced in the industry, and each one of them are equipped with the knowledge and on sustainable buildings based on MICRES requirements. Underlining the government's commitment for sustainable construction, Malaysia launched the Construction Industry Transformation Program, CITP 2016 to 2020, which highlighted environmental sustainability as one of its main strategic thrusts. This emphasis demonstrated the government's recognition of the crucial role the construction industry played in achieving sustainable goals and its dedication to driving positive change. With significant milestones achieved over the years, we'll delve deeper into the program's successes shortly. Under the Construction Industry Transformation Program, CITP initiative, Malaysia has implemented several measures and achieved notable benefits in promoting environmental sustainability and transforming the construction industry. Looking for the need for sustainable infrastructure development through CITP 2016 to 2020, Sustainable Infrastar, the sustainability rating tools for infrastructure, was launched by CIDB on March 2019. This is the first generic sustainable infrastructure rating tools in Malaysia, which assesses the extent of sustainability measures adopted by infrastructure projects, primarily at design and construction stage. Sustainable Infrastar emphasizes the integration of sustainable practices such as energy efficiency, renewable energy integration, green spaces, and low carbon materials into infrastructure projects. These rating tools emphasizes the need to reduce carbon emissions and enhance overall sustainability. As a first step to boost the adoption of sustainable development of infrastructure projects, Sustainable Infrastar assessment was mandated for all infrastructure projects, including roads worth 100 million ringgit and above, under the Works Ministry policy. This is a clear effort of the government to lead by example for the industry. Another achievement in CITP 2016 to 2020 is the establishment of greenhouse gases or GHG baseline for the construction industry in Malaysia. The study was done to determine the level of GHG emission emitted by the construction industry throughout the value chain of the manufacturing, from the manufacturing of the materials, transportation and construction activities, and subsequently identify the potential GHG reductions from all these activities, as well as recommendation on the implementation of incentives and disincentive schemes for the industry. As one of the outcomes of this report, CIDB established the embodied carbon inventory data for construction. In this publication, more than 500 embodied carbon data for various construction materials and building elements were listed. With this, the designer has a reference in low carbon selection of building materials and type of construction elements to be incorporated in design. Construction Waste Initiative was also part of CITP achievement. This effort would not have been successful without the involvement and support by the National Solid Waste Management Department and Solid Waste Corporation or SW Corp. There are three major achievements on this initiative, which are: 1. The establishment of construction waste recycle rate. The study was conducted in a year to collect data on the current waste volume production and its recycling rate from around Malaysia. The first set of data collected showed that the recycling rate was at 13.7%. Secondly, to assist SW Corp in collecting the construction and demolition waste data, CIDB has developed an online reporting system in 2018. This system helps SW Corp in analyzing the amount of waste being recycled and provide a platform for both waste producers and waste collectors to input the data. And thirdly, in line with both initiatives, National Solid Waste Management Department has enhanced the Act 672, which is Solid Waste Management and Public Cleansing Act 2007, by introducing two new regulations in 2018 to improve its effectiveness. The new regulations are: 1. Solid Waste Management and Public Cleaning Scheme for Solid Waste Construction Regulations 2018, and 2. Solid Waste Management and Public Cleansing Licensing Regulations Incorporated or Provision of Solid Waste Management Services 2018. Realizing the importance of resilience in construction research and development, CIDB, through its Construction Research Institute or CRIM, has developed risk indexes and vulnerability assessment guides for flood and landslide to critical infrastructure. From these, resilience construction guidelines for flood and landslide were established in 2019. The following year, the manuals of both guidelines were published. The government, in effort to reduce the risk faced by critical infrastructure in the continuous development of the country, has endorsed the guideline on the risk index and vulnerability assessment of landslide for critical infrastructure at the National Council for Local Government (MNKT 79) in 2022 as a complementary document to existing local development practices by the local authority. These initiatives and policies, alongside with the dynamic efforts of the Construction Industry Development Board (CIDB), with support of other agencies and stakeholders, has propelled Malaysia's sustainability construction journey forward. They are designed to complement every aspect in the ecosystem of sustainable construction development, which covers several components: creating awareness, providing guidelines and standards as references, creating capacity building, and last but not least, the carrot and stick approach. In 2021, the Ministry of Works launched the National Construction Policy 2030 or NCP 2030. NCP 2030 is the continuation of the Construction Industry Transformation Program (CITP), which was aimed at transforming the Malaysian construction industry to a highly productive and sustainable sector by the year 2020. The 5-year CITP has significantly resulted in increased productivity, quality, safety and professionalism, environmental sustainability, internationalization and competitiveness. Hence, it is important to develop a sustainable construction chain to ensure that the environment is well protected. The Ministry of Works, in launching NCP 2030, therefore, placed special attention to continuously promote sustainable development throughout the life cycle of construction sector to address these issues. The areas include the development planning, implementation of design, green procurement, construction management method, operation and maintenance of assets, assets management, renovation and demolition, including the cost thereof, low carbon development, resilience towards natural disasters, and inclusivity, as well as efficient use of resources and reduce construction waste. Another key agenda on sustainability is Building Information Modeling, or BIM. It is a revolutionary technology that is transforming the construction industry across the globe at a very rapid pace. CIDB, as the custodian of construction industry development, has carried out various initiatives to enhance BIM adoption. In 2017, we have established the MyBIM Center as a resource center to promote and increase the adoption of building information modeling systems amongst construction industry players. The center enables construction industry players to model and visualize building projects in a simulated environment using BIM. Since the establishment of MyBIM Center, CIDB have spent more than 25 million investment in promoting the adoption of BIM, including the setup of 6 MyBIM satellite centers all over the country to extend BIM programs to the industry players. In addition, to date, CIDB has trained more than 4,500 construction personnel and professionals in BIM. BIM is also a part of the 12 emerging technologies promoted by CIDB Malaysia under Construction Revolution 4.0 or CR 4.0 strategic plan. CR 4.0 strategic plan is a 5-year CIDB short-term plan which will be the basis for a draft plan framework that will boost the construction industry capability in the 4.0 industrial revolution. This effort should not have been successful without the involvement and support of other government agencies. BIM adoption experienced an increase when the Department of Works mandated that 50% of federal buildings and infrastructure projects worth 10 million ringgit and above must use BIM. For many years, several activities to promote and develop capacity building on sustainable construction, such as 1. International Construction Week, or ICW, the premier annual event for the construction industry in Malaysia for more than 20 years, organized by CIDB. ICW 2023 theme, Leading ESG in Construction, features conferences, seminar, business matching, and a series of open forums and technology talks to be held at MITEC Kuala Lumpur from 15 to 17th of November 2023. Its exhibition component, Build Expo, is expected to attract 500 exhibitors and more than 10,000 trade visitors. And 2. The Malaysian Construction Industry Excellence Award, or MCIEA, the prestigious event that provides an excellence award in construction industry. 3. The Safety, Health, Environment and Quality Day, or SHEQ Day, is a yearly prestige award on project excellence achievement in safety, health, sustainability, and quality. And number 4, various types awareness campaign through electronic and mass media, exhibitions, seminars, forums, town hall, articles to create awareness among stakeholders, the policymakers, manufacturers, consultants, developers, contractors, and academicians. And 5, several trainings conducted by government and private entities to develop capacity building among stakeholders to enhance knowledge, skills, and competency on adoption of sustainability agenda. These milestones and initiatives collectively demonstrate Malaysia's unwavering commitment to sustainable construction. They highlight our dedication on environmental stewardship, energy efficiency, waste reduction, and the integration of renewable technologies in the built environment. As we assess Malaysia's sustainable construction journey, whether we are on track, it is important to acknowledge the reality and challenges that we face. While we have commendable progress in promoting sustainable construction practices, we must also recognize the areas where further efforts are needed. Let us delve into some of the key realities and challenges. 1. While sustainable construction practices have gained traction in Malaysia, the level of adoption may still vary across the industry. Increasing awareness and understanding of the principles and benefits of sustainable construction among all stakeholders, including developers, contractors, architects, and consultants, is crucial. We must continue to educate and engage the industry to foster widespread adoption of sustainable practices. Number 2, one of the prevailing challenges in sustainable construction is the perception that it is more expensive. Developers often encounter concerns about upfront costs associated with sustainable materials, technologies, and certification. As an industry, we must address these concerns by highlighting the long-term benefits and its return on investments that sustainable practices can offer. It is essential to demonstrate that sustainability does not necessarily equate to higher costs, but rather present an opportunity for efficiency and value creation in the long run. 3. Implementing sustainable construction practices requires specialized knowledge and skills. It is imperative that building professionals, including architects, engineers, and construction workers, receive the necessary training and education to effectively incorporate sustainable principles into their work. Bridging the skill and knowledge gap through capacity building programs, workshop, and continuous professional development initiatives is essential to ensure successful implementation of sustainable practices. 4. The transition of sustainable construction requires collaboration and cooperation among all industry stakeholders. Developers, contractors, suppliers, and policymakers must work together to drive sustainable practices forward. By fostering a culture of collaboration, we can share best practices, enhance knowledge, and collectively address challenges. Collaboration also extends beyond the construction sector to engage with academia, research institutions, and civil society organizations to leverage their expertise and perspective. Number 4, the construction industry in Malaysia also faces several challenges in the pursuit of carbon neutral goals. These challenges include the need to increase awareness and education, overcome cost consideration, generate market demands and consumer awareness, foster collaboration and integration among stakeholders, develop skills and expertise, and establish supportive policy and regulatory frameworks. To address these challenges, the Malaysian government has implemented various initiatives and assistance programs. This includes A. Sustainable rating tools like MyCREST and Sustainable Infrastar, which assesses and improves the environmental sustainability and carbon footprint of buildings and infrastructure projects. B. The feed-in tariff FIT scheme and net energy metering NEM program incentivize the adoption of renewable energy generation, particularly solar photovoltaic system. C. The My Hijau program promotes the use of green products and materials, including those in construction, through a green recognition scheme. And D. The Sustainable and Responsible Investment SRI Sukuk framework provides guidelines for issuing green sukuk and other socially responsible sukuk, including those for construction projects. These practical solutions and government initiatives to support the construction industry in Malaysia transition towards carbon neutrality by promoting the green building practices, low carbon materials and construction methods, energy efficiency, construction waste management, sustainable supply chain, and life cycle assessments and building performance monitoring. However, we must remain vigilant and proactive in our efforts. We need to continue refining and improving our policies, guidelines, and incentives to create an enabling environment for sustainable construction. By addressing these challenges head-on, enhancing collaboration and investing in the development of skills and knowledge, we can ensure that Malaysia stays on track in its sustainable construction journey. When it comes to going green in the construction industry, different stakeholders have varying perspective and consideration. Developers and investors can benefit from enhanced marketability, cost saving, and a positive brand image associated with green buildings. However, they may face challenges such as higher initial costs, a complex certification process, and the limited availability of sustainable materials. Designers, on the other hand, have the opportunity to showcase their expertise in sustainable design principles and experience professional growth. They can contribute to improve health and well-being for occupants by incorporating features like natural lighting and proper ventilation. However, they need to balance additional design considerations, technical complexity, and the need to strike a balance between sustainability goals and design aesthetics. For contractors and builders, going green can provide market differentiation and opportunities for skilled workforce development. They can contribute to reduce environmental impact by implementing sustainable construction practices. However, they may face challenges in terms of technical expertise requirements, potential costs and time constraint, and the limited availability of subcontractors and suppliers experienced in green construction materials and technology. Occupants and end users of green building benefits from improved indoor air quality, thermal comfort, and natural lighting, which positively impact their health and productivity. They can also enjoy energy and water savings, resulting in reduced utility costs. However, they may need an adjustment period to adapt to new systems and may be required to engage in responsible behavior to optimize energy and water usage. Additionally, certain green building features may limit individual control and customization options for occupants. For Malaysia to make smarter moves moving forward, we can learn from sustainable construction trends abroad. 1. The integration of smart technologies and IoT in buildings allows for improved energy monitoring, control, and maintenance. Lessons learned include the importance of data analytics, cyber security measures, occupant engagement, and system interoperability. And 2. Embracing circular economy principles such as waste reduction, recycling, and material reuse is gaining significance. Lessons learned highlight the need for innovative construction practices, sustainable material choices, and a collaborative network for material recovery and recycling. 3. The Climate Bond Initiative, although not specific to Malaysia, provides globally recognized standards for green bonds and sukuk, encouraging investment in climate change mitigation and adoption projects. Malaysian construction projects seeking green financing can adopt these standards and certification. 4. Digitalization and BIM technologies improve resilience by enhancing collaboration, data sharing, and decision-making throughout the construction life cycle. Real-life monitoring, predictive analysis, and remote management of building systems are key benefits. Lessons from various regions show the importance of constructing resilient housing for vulnerable communities, including low-income households and those affected by natural disasters. These initiatives focus on building affordable, energy-efficient homes with disaster-resistant features and access to essential services. By observing these trends and lessons learned, the Malaysian construction industry can adapt and incorporate innovative practices, sustainable material, and resilient housing designs to contribute to global sustainability efforts. In conclusion, it is evident that Malaysia has made significant strides in the realm of sustainable construction. However, there remain areas where we can improve and obstacles to overcome. As responsible stewards of our built environment and for the welfare of future generations, we need to push for innovations in technology, education, and policy support. Education is paramount. We must continue to strengthen the relationship between educational institution and industry to produce graduates who are not only skilled in their respective fields, but also possesses essential knowledge in sustainable practices. Such experts would then promote more sustainable construction methods and contribute to the industry's transformation. By working together as government entities, industry leaders, professionals, academics, and communities at large, only then we can genuinely say that we are on track towards realizing a completely sustainable construction journey in Malaysia. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Technologist Muhammad Farid Hamid, for your remarkable sharing and presentation on Malaysia's sustainable construction journey. In his speech earlier, Technologist Farid explained the evolution of sustainable construction in Malaysia, from its early stages to its current status as a thriving and dynamic sector. He then delved into key initiatives, policies, and innovative projects that have propelled Malaysia forward on this path. The emphasis on green building standard, energy efficiency, and sustainable materials showcase Malaysia's commitment to reducing its environmental footprint. In his speech, he highlighted the broader implications of sustainable construction, including economic growth, job creation, towards enhancing the quality of life for communities. Ladies and gentlemen, we have finally come to the end of our keynote session today. However, please remember to stay tuned with us until the end, since there will be a closing montage and the conference's winner announcement after these closing remarks. As we draw the curtains on this International Virtual Go Green 2023 conference, I'm filled with immense gratitude for the privilege of moderating this remarkable event. Throughout this conference, we have explored the intersections of technology and sustainability, delving into topics that hold the promise of shaping our world. From the keynote session by our distinguished speakers, including Professor Dato Dr. ALDRIN ABDULLAH, Dr. ROBBY SOETANTO, Dr. WAYAN SUPARTA, architect, interior designer, technologist KHAWARIZMI NORHISHAM, and technologist Muhammad Farid, we have been privileged to learn from some of the finest minds in the field. Our journey has taken us through the intricacies of digital innovation, adoption in construction, disaster resilient, blue-green infrastructure, financial instrument for resilient building, and the vital realm of BEAM education and learning. The exchange of ideas and the depth of knowledge shared here have been truly inspiring. I want to exchange my heartfelt appreciation to our keynote speakers and all of our participants for your invaluable participation. Your dedication to the pursuit of sustainable solutions is the driving force behind the success of this conference. I would also like to express our profound gratitude to the organizers, the Built Environment College, KAB, Department of Built Environment Studies and Technologies at Universiti Teknologi Mara, Perak Branch, CIDB Malaysia, Universitas Pembangunan Jaya, and Institut Teknologi Nasional Yogyakarta. Your vision and commitment to fostering innovation and knowledge sharing have made this event possible. In closing, let us carry the spirit of collaboration, innovation, and sustainability forward. The insights gained here are not merely academics, they are the seed of change that can transform our world for the better. As we return to our respective endeavors, let us remain committed to the ideals of sustainability and digital transformation. Together, we can build a future that is not only sustainable, but also equitable and resilient. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, everyone. Distinguished guests and esteemed participants, Salam Malaysia Madani, and may you continue to be champions of sustainability in all your endeavors. And please stay tuned with us for the closing montage and the conference winner announcement.